Hello, everybody. What is up, Mrs. Warpbob, Skin Slip, Thantos? Oh, yeah, and boom, Wicked Bloodshed. Thank you for subbing for 5 months. See? Boom. I got you with the misfire. I got you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Delta Green. Yeah, Delta Green. This is the finale of Delta Green, and it is incredible, and I am extremely scared to deal with whatever the fuck we are going to be dealing with. Ha, nailed it. But before we do that, we're going to do some shout outs. Wicked Bloodshed, thank you for subbing for 5 months. Quests and Chaos, thank you for the raid. Lionheart, Danny, thank you for the follow. DJegTech, thank you for gifting a sub to Cheesy Plays. Netty Bo, thank you for the follow. DJ Do, thank you for subbing for 25 months. It's like you have been here from the beginning, my friend. Yoke Daddy 1, thank you for the follow. Maisie Daisy, thank you for the follow. And DJ Tank, thank you for gifting a sub to Elec Triforce.
Or just Triforce.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Did you know that if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you have access to a thing called Prime Gaming, which gives you a free subscription to your favorite Twitch streamer every month? If that's us, you get access to our 5 tier 1 emotes, access to our subs-only Discord layer, access to our reaction vids, which we create here in-house, and then have 20 more ready to go for you guys, ready to be released. And it directly supports the channel, which allows us to improve the stream every day. New cameras, new lighting solutions, all types of fun technology stuff to provide a better viewing experience for you. So you can hit ! Prime in the chat and find out if you have a Prime Gaming subscription available for yourself. Before anybody says anything else, and I have to give up my spot here on the mic, I told Alandra I would do something, and so I'm going to do it. For those of you who don't know, yes, this weekend was Agent Maggie Carter's birthday.
That face.
Yeah, that face of anger.
Good night.
Are you ready? I'm going to sing you a song.
Oh, you are?
I'm going to Mariah Carey you the happy birthday tune.
I'm here. I'm ready.
Okay, I'm just going to turn the camera off here. I'm just kidding.
Man, I haven't gotten to do karaoke in so long.
I just suddenly got really, really, really shy. Are you ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Agent Maggie Carter. Happy birthday to you.
Now.
Dun dun dun.
Thank you.
Yeah, everybody wish Agent
Carter.
Everybody wish Agent Maggie Carter a very happy birthday. And that was extremely happy and jovial and festive. But I think it's time that we dialed it down a little bit, because that's not what Delta Green is about. Mark, what are we about?
What Delta Green is about is a very fun tabletop role-playing game. It is one of my favorites. It is set in the modern times, and it takes the players and puts them typically in the role of like an X-Files agent when it meets the world of H.P. Lovecraft. There are crazy things. There are genuine threats to both physical and mental harm. There are so many crazy, wacky things that can happen in this game. For instance, with our game, we've actually set the stage with our players as students from Cal Berkeley, and they all came together to try and steal the Stanford axe. And then they were introduced into the world of Delta Green, slowly but surely, maniacally and unrelentlessly. It has come to them. But before we get into that, let's welcome you into the world that we know, our version of Delta Green. Hit it, Seb.
Reopening of Case 714, Juliet Zulu. Active, January 1978. Initial reports. Palo Alto, dozens of missing college kids, and another damn axe hunt. Agent Greer heading to the opera now, reporting for Delta Green. Stand by, Operation Extinguish, count of 3. Over and out.
And we're back.
Welcome back. So yes, the world of Delta Green is strange and complex, and that is no different for our players. For last week, they got into quite a bit of antics. They finally got to reveal the full arm of Delta Green, as well as what that arm is trying to hold away, at least in the smallest of glimpses. See, our players came across a couple of Stanford students in a strange basement. And these strange students became even stranger as they engaged in mortal combat. Their skins turned red, their claws jettisoned out of their hands, their heads brandished white hair and leapt at our group of people, inducing lethal altercations. Well, some strange things happened. A magical axe was used and passed throughout the group. One of our members happened to go to a different plane of existence, maybe, where they learnt some sort of magical power to potentially create flame out of blood. It's a strange time for these students, but more so, only half of them actually remember these events. See, they were given aid by a strange man in a business suit with a Hawaiian shirt that they would later know as Greer. Well, Greer led them to what should have helped, and instead they were all picked up by a strange white light that would later infiltrate their dreams in each a unique way. This is when half of them forgot all of the events, and they only remember what hit the papers. That 4 plucky Cal students on a raid ended up stopping 4 crazed Stanford students from an animal sacrifice ritual. Each one of those students was arrested, taken to jail, and the events are swept under the carpet as far as any sort of official organization is brought about. Except from there, after a strange light and the strange memory drop and the splitting of memories and new memories for the respective party members, something else strange happened. The beast, creature, entity known as the Cardinal began to fly about, shooting a vicious yellow beam, destroying one of their vehicles. The strange agent known as Greer then began to duplicate themselves and fire back strange bolts of light, telling them to drive like their lives depended on it. The radio cut out, all was silent other than the beating hearts within their ears, and they drove out of Stanford as quickly as they could. Getting back to campus, they had a field day. They had time to drink, time to ponder, regain what it means to be human, and 2 of our members got a call. Sorry, one of our members made a call, and they got a return call with a job offer to join this strange agency that protects from these things. Whereas the ones who forgot apparently didn't pass the test they didn't know about. Kind of split the party. Maybe some feelings were hurt. But what was sure is the axe was harmless, and that axe was paraded about the college campus scene. And a grand old time was had. A party was held, and a gay old time was celebrated. It is the 70s, and these went out in fashion, more so like anyone had ever seen. We had a football player rise back up in his ranks and suddenly have a healed arm that felt stronger than ever before. We had a sorority girl suddenly finding ways to light things on fire she never expected. We had a pre-med student suddenly with a deal for a job upon graduation, along with a transplant who's had a rough history but is making his way through the college for a better tomorrow. But let's dive in and meet all of these people before we join back to the moment we left them. Strange, athletic woman brandishing this magical axe that was deemed safe, turning into an abominable creature. Let's go ahead and start with Zep. Could you please introduce your character and remind us where you are on this street on Berkeley campus?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to introduce Bryce Castle, who is a sophomore football player who apparently just made it back on the starting squad. He previously had hurt his shoulder, but that has since healed. And he does still remember that he really loves those creative writing classes that he had to take while he wasn't able to practice. He's also still wearing his 1978 number 17 Steve DeBerg jersey, as always.
And Bryce, I believe, is going to be at the corner of the street near a stop sign. A student just directed you in the area of Nikki Wickles, who you think may have the axe after it mysteriously disappeared during last night's rager of a frat party. Let's move on over to our very own birthday girl. Christy, tell us about your character.
Ivie Anderson is a proud member of Delta Gamma, the sorority house she is just leaving in order to get to what she believes to be the direction of the axe. She is a Los Angeles native. She went to Sherman Oaks High, and she's led a bit of a charmed life. Her parents are film producers. She's intending to go on and be a producer herself. Her studies include theater and film studies at the moment. She's great at making props and pretty much working in the theater department all the time. She now has magic and can make fire.
Yeah, that's as far as you know of what that does.
That's all I care about, because I didn't get any demerits for lighting a cigarette on fire last week. So I assume it's always fine.
Always fine. What could possibly go wrong? It was just a pinprick and a very small flame that consumed a cigarette in the course of a few seconds. It's fine. But yes, you are on the porch with our happy-go-lucky NPC, Dawn, a band member who, thank God, they're kind. They play a mean clarinet, and that's about all they got going for them. They've been losing their battle with acne since high school. They seem to be quite clumsy and always wear these rose-colored glasses despite going with absolutely nothing. Also a big fan of hats. And that's Dawn. But we're going to move on over to Nestor. Could you please introduce Damian for us?
Yeah, Damian Reyes is a Los Angeles native who moved up to San Francisco as a youth. He was a car thief. By 15, he was boosting cars and selling them to chop shops, and that's how he made his way through the world. But the truth is, that was never the path he wanted to stay on. He's a good student and even transferred out of his impacted district to a nicer district in Sherman Oaks, where he would get the grades to get into Cal's computer sciences program. He spends all of his time now trying to get rid of the way that people used to look at him and recreate the image of a young, smart kid who makes good choices. Naturally, however, he defaulted to telling that lie to protect himself and Gwen. I guess telling that truth as a lie. To protect himself as Gwen from the other two members of the party who had forgotten. And he is now rolling with Gwen to try and find the axe.
Gwen, before we catch up your antics and how you're coming across the axe, please introduce yourself.
Gwen Stevens is also sophomore. She's a little bit older than the rest of the crew because after her mother died in her freshman year of high school, she powered her way through with good grades and good extracurriculars, and then took a few years off to work for her father, a commercial electrician, so that she could save some money while she waited for scholarships to come in. And when one finally did, she made it to Cal. She's on her pre-med track, 2 years in, and thought she was doing great, trying to find some school spirit, make some friends, socialize before that's no longer an option. And it's the events of the last 48 hours, she's sort of regretting that choice, but she's found a little bit of solidarity with Damian, as they both seem to remember things that they shouldn't have happened, couldn't have happened, and that their comrades seem to have forgotten. They are currently rolling up to Stanford campus, fresh off of the oh-so-delightful BART transit system in hopes of getting to the axe and then finishing what they started.
That is true. And both Damian and Gwen have held the axe. They have felt its true power, taking them to above human capabilities in both strength, durability, and speed. It was quite a powerful feeling, and while they were riding Bart, this feeling overtook them. So as soon as they stopped, they were both in full sprints, wide-eyed with big grins, rushing up to the same block that houses Delta Gamma. They're at the opposite end of the street as Bryce, who's at the other end, talking to some random student that doesn't know his name. As we have... Getting names already. We have Ivie and Dawn on the patio leaving Delta Gamma sorority house. They came together after having a strange shared dream where a person, you could say it, trapped in another dimension, suspended by vines, piercing their body, named Barry, begged and pleaded all night for their help. He gave them the power to free him. They just needed to use it. And as they walk out into the bright light of a 9 a.m. Sunday brisk morning in the East Bay, they are greeted by Nikki Wickles, who is kneeling in the street with the axe stolen from Stanford the night before in front of her on a plaque. She seems to have rubbed off any ooze or secretion that may have been spread on the axe that was supposed to suppress its power, and she began to chant a cow fight song in a strange way. The axe handle suddenly emerged, no longer invisible like the last time our compatriots had held it and witnessed its true power, and this axe handle then shot down to her forearms and began to cover her entire body with wood as she began to grow into a 9-foot-tall, bear-like creature which was brandishing axes for claws. And there she was, standing in the middle of the street, screaming in a deep baritone voice, "You should have given me the axe earlier." I'm going to need a sanity roll from all of our players, as you've seen a very petite, very athletic woman suddenly grow over twice her size into one of the most terrifying things you've seen.
You're just doing this because you're hoping I'll hit my breaking point before we even start.
Doing it because we didn't do it at the end of last week, so...
37 on a much higher than a 37.
Huge success. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with Delta Green, we operate on a D100 percentile system with the Price is Right and or Blackjack rule set. You want to roll as high as you can without going over the thing you're rolling on. So a 37 on a super high skill. Huge success. Also a 24
on a 53.
Success.
8 on a 44.
Success. And Gwen, you have that face.
63 on a 60.
Nice. However, you are already privy to the strange things in the world. Anyone who succeeded will be taking 1 point of sanity loss. And Gwen, can you please roll a d4?
That's a 4, which puts me at my breaking point. Chat, you have to realize I have succeeded a grand total of 1 sanity roll ever in the time that we have played this game, and that includes the last campaign we did.
Yeah. It's beautiful. So you're going to lose that 4. You're going to go down to your breaking point, and we are going to figure out which sort of disorder you are going to develop. With this particular scenario, it being the trigger for your sanity loss, you are going to have agoraphobia, the fear of loud noises, formerly known as shell shock. For this voice just resonates within you. It brings back the moment your car was eradicated in a blast that lit up the night sky. It invokes the loud noises of a powerful axe chopping through bodies and that thick, wet dump onto the ground of the newly found unsupported weight. Loud noises will trigger panic and overwhelming stress. So, when faced with a loud noise, such as that of a gunshot or louder, we're going to do some rolls. And if those rolls don't go well, you may not act and be helpless, or you may try to run away in fear. But for now, you're kind of there, definitely paused and agape, but the power of the axe draws you closer than this newfound fear that is set between your ears. There before you, 9-foot-tall bear-like creature brandishing of light and dark woods. The legs quaint art bear-like. There's still slightly resemblance of human, if a human could somehow have, tree thickness level of calves and knees and thighs. It's a strange sight to behold, and a very menacing one, as the bear begins to charge forward towards the open doors of the Delta Gamma sorority house. And I'm going to consult my fun little table that has all of your dexterities to figure out who is going to go first. Except Alandra, what is your unmodified dexterity?
It is 13.
Oh. You are the quickest of the bunch here. You can see this bear-like creature begin to rush forward with claws swiping left and right, going straight at the front porch of a sorority you know as Delta Gamma. And there on the porch are two of your friends. You can see Dawn and Ivie sitting quite agape at the things that have just transpired. What would you like to do?
Is this me?
Yeah,
Yes.
This is you.
I was troubleshooting.
Bryce. No, you're good, Bryce. The bear has started charging forward towards the sorority house, but you are the quickest on your toes out of these normal humans out on the street.
Do I see that it is going right towards Ivie and Dawn? Happy to make a perception.
Oh,
or
absolutely. You do not need to try and roll to see a giant bear in the middle of the street made entirely out of wood, swinging and thrashing its arms about as it begins to claw its way through two cars, both of the cars which move 3 or 4 feet as the front and backside then just turn to shreds.
And I see it specifically going towards Dawn and Ivie.
Oh yeah, it is rushing straight at the sorority house.
Oh yeah, I look down at my right arm, kind of give it a nice massage, toss the football up and down. Hey, ugly! And I just throw it right at the back of its head as hard as I possibly can.
Absolutely, give me that athletics roll.
Oh, I actually took athletics. Good.
Yeah, you did. You're an athlete.
Yes.
But I hope you did.
Well, okay, sometimes I design characters and then my brain, when I'm like, I don't need that skill. That's no one ever uses that skill. That is a 28 on a 50 for my athletics check. That's a good success. Let's go.
Oh, that is for sure a good success, and more so a good result for you've tested out your new arm, but you haven't quite tested it out like this. Can you roll me a d12 of damage?
Ooh.
I don't make that noise
so
very often.
Also, fun fact in this game, Delta Green is also very lethal. A d12 of damage could potentially kill any average human on, a 10 or higher of a roll. So, there is some strange powers at work
Speaking
for a man who used to have an arm in a sling last night.
I rolled a 10.
You rolled a 10? Excellent. Yeah, so this football just has a perfect spiral and comes out of your arm like a major league pitch. It easily broke 100 miles per hour, and the ball itself implants into the shoulder and then pops as it goes into and causes what is a visible dent from about half a block away on the shoulder of this bear.
And Bryce is just like, woo! I'm back! I'm back!
Grab myself a pen? Stand by.
It's like, what do you need me to write down?
Like
Gel pen acquired.
just
Yay.
put it right through the camera.
Yeah.
Mhm. Beautiful. So yeah, that just happened. You're rejoicing. Bryce is back. No way he doesn't start now. That is going to bring up Ivie. You just saw a blur of a brown dot hit this bear in the shoulder and did not seem to phase it whatsoever, other than there's a visible dent from the loud popping noise that you believe a football just caused, as there's like a deflated sack at the bottom of the bear's feet as it begins to step over and crush parts of the sidewalk underneath it.
Hate it. We don't really have any of our stuff on us, do we?
I mean, you were leaving the house with intent. If you wanted, I'm
With
gonna say
intent
you
to get
got
the
it.
thing back. I mean,
Yeah.
okay. So let's say
If you're unsure, roll. If you roll less than a 50, you have it. If not, you're just not lucky enough.
sure, we'll have fun with that. Get a little roll in there just for the giggles. I don't have it then, because that was a bad roll. Yeah, no. We'll say we were walking, we weren't super concerned. We were just gonna go get the axe, and that was our bad. It's cool. It's fine. So Ivie is going to look up and down the street. Do I see Bryce or any of my other compatriots?
You
Like I
can
see the impact of the
Bryce
football.
down the street to your left as you trace back the line of where that ball came from at a ridiculous speed, and then
Mhm.
off to your right as you look down, you can see glistening in sweat both Damian and Gwen at the other corner. So they're both maybe 100 feet away from you, as your sorority house is conveniently in the middle of this block.
Sweet. Is there anything around me that looks sharp?
Grab these dice.
Are you okay, Mark?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Just making sure.
What makes you think I'm not okay? Just me forgetting all of this stuff?
Yeah, I'd say no reason. No reason for asking.
Anyway, yeah, there seems to be like a mangled street sign at the like that was left on the porch next to a bunch of empty plastic cups and beer cans.
Great. No beer bottles by any chance? Glass bottles?
Sure, there could be some glass bottles.
Okay, I like that better. So Ivie is going to go ahead and grab something metal to cut her palm, and she is going to grab any and all alcoholic beverages around her and try and dump as much as she can into one glass bottle. Add in her drippy droppies of blood as she's like chanting her enchantment of what did we decide there? Her list of symbols.
You have 15 syllables that you know exactly how to pronounce, and anyone who hears them probably can't remember exactly the way they say it.
Yeah. So she's going to do that, and hopefully this bad boy will light on fire, and she's going to run down the street a little bit because she is probably not as great of a thrower as Bryce. Get a little closer so she can chuck it at the horrible
Excellent.
tree
So
monster boy.
in Delta Green,
thing.
combat
Lady.
is fast, chaotic. So
Yeah.
we've described three things.
This
You want
is
to
a sequence of events.
Yeah, sequence of events. So you need to cut yourself. You
Mhm.
want to try and get some fuel together, and then you want to cast it. So we're going to start with cutting yourself or creating the container for all of the extra fuel.
We'll go with create container first.
Okay, go ahead and give me an intelligence roll. So go ahead and try and roll under your intelligence score times 5. Your intelligence should be a 1 to 2.
Yeah, I forgot we had that. Okay, so I got a 29 on a 55.
Excellent.
Wait, yeah.
As you're basically grabbing 2 bottles, one broken, one whole, and you're starting to pour things, this is all beer. It's not going to be flammable. It doesn't have the alcohol content. You might want to skip this step.
Great. Love it.
Excellent. So we're going to move on to the first part of the ritual, which is going to draw blood. So you go ahead and drop the full one. Go ahead and roll 1d4, because you don't have to roll to attack yourself.
I rolled a 3.
You roll a 3, and in the haste of this, you cut a little bit deeper than you want to. You've definitely done some damage to your hand, but you're going to take 3 points of damage.
Oh.
And there is a steady flow of blood coming from your hand. And you will be able to start your spell on your next turn.
Great.
You can also move slightly out of the way if you don't want to be directly in front of the doors now. As part of an action, you can usually move to about, 5 or 10 feet, but nothing more than that.
I just want to be closer, so I feel like once I'm getting closer so that I can throw it and feel confident in attempting to hit it as opposed to whatever distance I'm at right now.
Sure thing. So yeah, you start taking some steps down the walkway, and that will bring up Gwen.
Great. I am going to say, since Damian and I left the house with the intention of finding the other 2 and then heading back to the peninsula, that was our original goal, that I have my tool bag with me, just with everything in it from the night before.
Oh, for sure.
So I'm going to say, after I, recover from hearing the roar of this bear and, having my stricken moment of panic, I'm gonna, grab Damian's arm, look at him, pop open the tool bag, running through my inventory, my mental inventory of what I declared that I had in there. Okay. About how far away am I from the bear at this point?
Half a block, so maybe about 120 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna pop open my bag. I'm gonna pull out a sterno can, a lighter, and one of the flare guns from last night.
Great.
I'm going to leave the bag at Damian's feet so that he can grab whatever he wants. If you want a list of things that I have in there, you can ask me when we get to that point, Nestor. I am going to pop the top off the sterno can, light it, and throw it. In hopes, because that would be an incendiary fuel.
Yeah. It's going to be quite the distance for you to throw.
Then I'm going to run.
Okay.
Never mind.
I was 120 feet throwing an unweighted object is going to be near impossible.
No, in that case, then I'm going to run. I'm going to try to just slam it right up into this thing.
Sure thing. And yeah, you're able to start making your way down the block. You're able to get much, much closer. You kind of do a sprint down, and you're maybe 3 or 4 car lengths away from this bear.
Great.
And that is going to bring
So we actually, I think we may need to do a little retcon, because Apu just crit failed Gwen.
I haven't rolled for anything that I haven't already crit failed on, so I think you can put that in holding for the next time I have to roll.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
I will let Bonk take that. And
the way I
out.
see it is based on, stream delay, cashing in the points. Something weird's going to happen when that sterno lights up. So I got you, Apu. I have a feeling I know what you're after.
What did I ever do to you, Apu?
Talked about how many points you had.
You agreed with Bonk one time.
That's true.
That's fair.
That is a very damnable offense in Apu's eyes.
She's just mad that she didn't manage to kill me in the last episode of Aurora Zero.
Yes, hey, you played Aurora Zero. That was what you did.
Rolls over to the next game.
Oh yeah.
that is going to bring up Damian, who you've now seen the person next to you start charging up ahead with a variety of things that they grabbed from the bag. Looked like a sterno can, lighter, the flare gun, and then dropped the bag at your feet, saying, "Take what you want." Booking it down the road. They're ahead of you to get to the axe.
Damian, is there any cars nearby? Damian is going to default to what he knows. I want to break into a
For
car, get it started,
Oh, yes.
and start driving this car towards the bear, and I want to pick up Gwen on the way.
Sure thing.
And then
Gwen has
what I
made
want to do is I want to
considerable
get
ground.
Gwen away. Is what?
Gwen has made considerable ground. By the time you actually get the car started, whipped around, and headed towards that bear, she's going to be as close as she needs to be. But
Right.
yes,
What I'm looking for is the quick escape if she's causing an explosion.
got it. So yes, there are plenty of cars around. It is also kind of on the sorority row, so there are some nice cars around too. What catches your eye? What car from 78 would you like to carjack right now?
Are there any red minis?
There,
Yikes.
Yes! Oh my god!
there
No,
certainly is. Thankfully,
No.
wasn't. I've already rolled for this. It wasn't in the way of the bear, so it's on one side of the street.
No.
I'll give you a 50-50 if it's on one side of the block versus your side of the block.
I don't like looking at Christy's face right now. So what I actually think, Damian would do is he would actually look for the shittiest car of the lot.
Sure thing.
So I don't care what car it is, just the shittiest one because that one wouldn't feel as bad.
Do what you want. Just remember, Ivy set thing on fire now, so...
There is a rusted out dune buggy. So
Perfect.
it does have some like roll cage attachments that don't seem to be properly secured, but it is some rusted. It is like a tan color. It's got some like extra headlights that don't seem to be plugged into anything. This seems like
perfect.
someone's project that they're not sure what they're doing with.
Okay, perfect. As long as it starts. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drive. I haven't decided yet. I'm either going to drive this car as an escape car or I'm going to drive it right into the bear.
First things first, let's get you into that car and let's get you doing your thing. I know we gave you skills that would eventually, go into this with your background. Let's go ahead and just do a straight drive roll. I figure with your background, your car knowledge, it's all encompassing. So
30.
You know what? Go ahead and at this time too, just for clerical, under special training, go ahead and put carjacking, and then note it as drive, which is a success. So yeah, you're able to test the door. It is unlocked because, this thing looks like its locks are rusted. You're able to swing that baby open. You kind of feel around, find one of the most normal key spots for like a spare key. And yeah, you get it in, start it up, and you're able to whip it around and get it pointed towards the bear on your turn. And that is going to bring up Dawn. John is going to start muttering to themselves as their eyes light up in fire and then seem to roll out almost like tears, one of each rolling down their arms, and then they put their hands together and with a clap, a gigantic bolt of fire shoots forward, as well as what looks like a puff of blood out of the fingertips of Dawn, as just a gigantic flaming hot ball of fire shoots forward, crashing into the face of this bear for pretty lackluster results for rolling 2d20 in damage.
Oof.
But Dawn looks frazzled, wide-eyed, angry, screaming, "I have the power now!" shooting out this gigantic fireball bolt of energy, and it freaks everyone out. Can I get a sanity roll from everyone?
Love to. 40 on a 69 for me.
This is a success.
Up.
48 on a 52 for me.
Noise.
Apu just wanted the crit fail on the sanity.
Okay.
Great. I actually succeeded that one, but I guess not really.
Let's
thank-
go!
Thank you,
Streak
Apu.
continues.
Thank you, Apu, for not breaking my streak. That would have actually been kind of tragic. So,
Let's
Dope, dope,
go.
I just moved my dice. I think it was a 38. It was a 30 something on a 47.
Y'all are so sane except one of you. For any of you who succeeded, you've seen some tips to this, so you're not going to lose any sanity. Alandra, you are going to lose 3 points of sanity.
verifying to make sure that I reset this correctly. My new breaking point is my sanity minus my power.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to double check that I had reset that appropriately.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Do I just lose sanity, or does this also fuck me up in my noise reaction?
To be fair, a giant fireball suddenly shooting out of someone's hands, traveling 25 feet into the face of a giant 9-foot bear is going to make some sort of noise. So yeah, can I get a power roll from you?
Yes. That is a 71 on an 80.
You are able to keep your composure, but you definitely have to do one of those, like, remind myself to breathe a little bit.
Yep.
God, I forgot your power was so high, and that also means you've lost so much sanity.
Yeah. Because I fail every time. That's why I put all of my points into power.
And this is what it still does. Brings the ire of Apu. And this then brings up the large bear, who is now scorched in the front with soot as steam rises up and has a dent on their right shoulder and is now just clawing their way straight into the sorority house, actually pushing past both of you that happen to be on the stoop. I'm going to have a dodge roll from both Dawn and Ivie.
Oof. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but I'm gonna bet I failed it. Oh yeah, big time. I got a 97 on a 30.
That is going to be a hard ouch.
Yeah.
As these claw hands kind of push you out of the way, you're going to be taking 3 points of damage as these sharp axes just touch your skin and then force you to the ground off to your left with your hand already bleeding. Well, that's a good point. I'm going to add that to your total of blood loss. As you are pushed down to the ground, and then Dawn is also meeting a similar fate of being pushed away into the ground, and they do not look good. They look barely conscious after the strange amount of energy it took to shoot that blast out of their hands. And this is now... Bear is now climbing through the front door, has ripped off both of the doors, and is now just causing as much damage as you suddenly realize the bear is no longer on the floor. It is just at a 90-degree angle now, looking like they're swimming or flying through the air. And at that sudden realization, 5 clear wings kind of shoot out from its torso in all directions, almost like shark fins that begin to wave and keep it afloat. And it gains in speed and begins to spiral through the house.
The sisters aren't gonna like that.
Bryce, you've seen some crazy stuff. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I want to. So I'm just gonna run over to Ivy and Dawn, and I want to like kneel down and like, try and like grab Dawn by their shoulders and turn to Ivy. Just what the fuck is happening as this bear is just like.
Yeah, absolutely. You're able to do your sprint down. You kind of like slide across the grass to the area that Dawn was pushed down to the ground. That axe wound took a big chunk out of their shoulder, and looking down at their hands, it looks like from the second digit forward is just been completely soaked in blood, and there might not even be skin on their fingertips.
Look, Dawn, you're gonna be okay. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone around still, or did everybody run away?
Everyone has pretty much fled. The person you were talking to is already 2-3 blocks down the street. They're really not sure what's happening. There is lots of noise and commotion being just torn apart and thrown throughout the house, and there's screams happening from upstairs. There are other people starting to open their doors and running back inside to make phone calls. It is just chaos on the street, but the only people you see coming towards the noise are the people you already know.
And I want to just set Dawn down. Look, Dawn, just hang out. Everything's going to be fine.
Power. And yeah, your movement getting there and engaging is going to be your quick little initiative, and that's going to move us on over to Ivy.
Cool. So there's. Am I up? Am I okay enough to get up?
You are totally okay enough to get up, and you can actually feel your spell complete. So the slightly deeper gash across your hand, as well as the back cuts you've now sustained, you can feel them get warm, solder themselves painlessly, and then kind of come to meet up in a steam around your left shoulder. And then dropping from that is like a droplet of soot. And as soon as it touches the ground, about the size of a Doberman appears what is a flame-like creature that looks very excitedly up to you, that have like almost 3 blue eyes in the middle of it and a giant blue flamed maw at the front of it. And there it has its 3 limbs, 2 front, 1 back, as this strange Doberman-sized fire creature looks up very excitedly at you, whips over to the bear, snarls, turns around, and rushes towards the bear.
Good boy.
I'm gonna need a sanity check from everyone but Christy. Christy, you need to roll a d6 and lose that much sanity.
Oh.
Price of activating a spell.
Ooh, 19.
21.
20.
Y'all are
Wow.
so great. Not the weirdest thing you've seen. No
Ever.
sanity loss.
No, not even close.
It's
Well,
only- you just saw another spell happen, like 4 seconds ago.
don't worry, Bonk. I hit my breaking point.
Happy dance, happy dance.
Yeah, you knew it was going to happen. Fuck you.
Join me, friend. We can go crazy together.
All power has a cost. Let's go ahead
No,
and
no,
look
no,
at the
thanks.
fun table, which has all of the fun things that happens when, you lose sanity due to paranormal things.
How do you, in the meantime, recalculate your new breaking point?
Your new breaking point is whatever your sanity is at after you went past your breaking point. Subtract your power, and that will be your new breaking point. So if, for instance, you were at 60, your power is 10, your next breaking point would be 50, because that's the only math I can do this quick.
That's perfectly acceptable. Thank you.
At least you're honest.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's going to be a fun one. All right, you are going to suffer from depersonalization disorder. So you
That's
suffer
just me.
You suffer from periods of detachment from yourself, feeling helplessly disconnected from your own body, thoughts, and emotions.
Cool.
It's kind of like seeing everything happen to someone else. So you'll end up seeing yourself in the third person. But the fun little twist on that is when this is happening, you also just have, kind of a fiery personality. You're a little quick to anger and things like that it almost seems like maybe it is happening to someone else, and someone else also might be responding.
My God!
Awesome.
Years, baby.
Desert Beach. Thank you for the 2 years, baby. Let's go.
2 years is significant.
Yeah. That is.
Yes.
Okay.
And that will get us back into the action as a suddenly spawned 3-limbed fire elemental is now going to charge and try to attach itself on the backside of a 9-foot-tall bear that is now just death spinning through a sorority lobby, as it does successfully grab onto it and is now just in that spiral, as well as a streaking bright light behind it as it gnaws into the backside for a considerable amount of damage.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Better than Dawn's, right?
Significantly better than Dawn's.
Great.
Yeah. And that will bring up Gwen.
How much of this can I see? Like is enough of the front of the building ripped open now that I can see any of this happening as I'm running up?
You got closer as the bear began to press forward, and you also saw the bear kind of leave off the ground as it pushed both of your compatriots to the side, and then it began to spin and seems to just want to windmill its way through this building, causing all sorts of havoc, including various screams from upstairs. Can I get a power roll from you as a just cacophony of noises are filling the street on a quiet Sunday morning?
That's a 42 on my 80.
Righteous. But yeah, you can definitely see all of this as it's all coming into view. You're pretty much where the bear used to be before it pushed the cars away, mangling the front side of them, and then just going to town on this old wooden building.
Okay. I think I run up to the porch, and if I look inside and can spot this fire buddy thing
you saw it. You saw it form just at the base of it. You saw it run. There are small embers where it leaped off of the now completely sunken in part of the porch leading into the house, and there's little embers where it leaped off. There's a slightly smaller fire. It has attached itself to the backside of this bear creature and is now just in this death spiral that this bear is going through.
Cool. At that point, I will feel like my original plan is less relevant than it once was, since fire has been attained. I would like to do a first aid check on Dawn.
Sure thing. Go ahead and roll that first aid, and I believe you still have another charge with your medical supplies.
I have
that
3,
you got from our first episode.
Yep, I've got 3 in the bank. Hopefully I do better than the one I did on myself.
Go.
That is a 17 on a 51.
That is beautiful, and I believe you get to give back a full D6 of hit points.
That sounds correct.
I feel like with what we know of Dawn, that could be max health for them.
That's why I started with Dawn and not Ivie. It wasn't personal. It was that Dawn looked more fucked up.
I wasn't expecting help, honestly.
Coming up to Dawn and seeing the condition of their hands and then seeing the condition of their back, one of two things was very close to happening. Them never feeling anything below their wrist because of everything in their hand being fried, and 2, their back could have gone deep enough to just sever the nerves and just would have paralyzed an arm.
Yeah. Was it the D6? Did we confirm?
I'm gonna say a D6 because y'all are gonna need it.
Great. It wasn't great. That was only a 2, but to be fair, all of my actual first aid supplies are in my tool bag, which is hopefully with Damian in a car.
Two does it well. Yeah, no, you slide up, you see this, you know immediately, like, nope. Curl your hands together, get them closer to your body, and then when they kind of hunch over, you to look at the back, immediately rip off another part of their shirt that's barely on, wrap it around, stop the bleeding, get them feeling a little bit better and a little.
Yeah, tear off their shirt, pull my flannel off, and start wrapping things up, and just start scanning around. I will turn to Ivy and just really quickly shout, like, "Are you okay?"
She's just like, I'm sure, arm soaked at this point.
Cool.
Yeah, our arm soak, looking down, and you definitely hear the with a kind of a personality. Face, no real emotion, just real plain.
Yeah,
seems pretty uncharacteristic for the situation. Damian.
Okay, so the fire dog
Yep.
and the bear are fighting
are
taking it out
inside of the sorority house at the moment. And you can hear,
but I can still see them.
From your car, you would be able to see them based on the hole they punched through the front. Yeah.
Okay, and then on the front porch is Ivy, Gwen, and Dawn.
Just in front of the porch is Ivy and just in front of the porch would be everyone. They'd get thrown off. So yeah, they're not quite on like the wood structure that seems to be catching fire. Yeah. Bryce and Gwen are over Dawn.
I'm torn between like ramming the car into the bear or picking everybody up and taking an escape.
Do you want to roll an intelligence?
Yeah.
Intelligence or drive. This is knowledge about the car.
Well, whatever it is, I'm sure I failed it.
Dope.
Oh, holy shit! I succeeded an 83 on an 85.
Oh yeah, you're real brainy, aren't you?
Smart boy.
That's a high stat.
Wow.
I don't have to look right now.
Fucking nerd. What the fuck?
Yeah, man, he goes to Cal.
That's why he's
in college.
If
So does
only we all
Bryce.
could.
Yeah, but he's also like
football.
2 years younger than you.
and specifically computer sciences in 78. He's real smart.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. You know that if you get that car inside the sorority, it's never coming back out. Like, it might look like it's built for off-roading or things like that. None of the modifications on this will help its four-wheel drive, off-roading capabilities of any kind. Like, for sure, a one-way ticket if you go into that. And then you'd be stuck in a house with a flaming bear with axes for hands that is now flying.
Yeah, what I'm looking for. Okay, here's my plan. Alandra, what's in the bag?
What's in the bag?
Here's a list based on what my notes of what is still in the bag. This is not exhaustive, but it's pretty close. There is a fully stocked first aid kit. There is all of my electrician's tools, so things like pliers, wire cutters, strippers, small hand tools. Gear from the biolab, which includes scalpels, forceps, some dyes, and probably 2 more cans of Sterno. There is a battered, partially torn up copy of the Anarchist's Cookbook. I think my shitty homemade smoke canister is still in there because I don't believe we used it. There is one more flare gun. Or no, I'm sorry, there is one flare left for the flare gun. I have the gun, but there's one flare left. There is the roll of hand tools given to us on the bus earlier. So hammers, screwdrivers, etc. And my tire iron is sticking out the side because that's where I shoved it when we had to flee the scene of the alien stuff.
And if I recall correctly, one of you ended up with a pistol.
That was Ivie.
Ivie did?
It was
Bryce.
it was handed off to Bryce.
There it is.
Okay. I pull up to Dawn, Gwen, and Ivie, and just say, "Get in."
Excellent. Yeah, you're able to whip that car up around, and it's at this point you can see the bear howling in pain from this like fire beast on it, and it's going to grab it by both of its hands, throw it straight up through the second floor and actually out of the roof, where it then is going to burst into a small fireball above the house, raining down ash, and then is going to howl once more, and it's almost going to shoot itself out through the other side of the wall as it is now flying westward out the back of the house at about 40 miles an hour. And is now just at like a 30-degree angle, barely misses like one of the buildings behind it, maybe takes off like their weather vane and a couple of tile, and is now just in a beeline towards San Francisco in the foggy city in the distance. And we're going to come out of the combat order.
Let him go. Fuck him.
Her, thank you very much.
Her? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to immediately help Dawn up and get them into the back of this car and like grab for the tool bag and pull out the first aid kit and start, wrapping and bandaging things.
For sure. Go ahead and give another first aid roll.
What does my bonus get me up to? That's a 62 on a 71. I don't think I added the bonus last time, but it didn't matter because it was still under.
Dope. That is going to get a d6 of healing.
Great. That's another 3 to Dawn.
Oh, this is to Dawn or Ivie? Because one person can only get one instance of first aid every 24 hours.
I was continuing to fix Dawn, but I will happily give a
Awesome.
first aid. But I will happily give a first aid roll to Ivie, like once I've gotten Dawn situated.
Cool. Yeah, I was definitely looking at something else and didn't hear the Dawn part. We're gonna take that roll and treat it for Christy. After your initial roll, there's pretty much nothing else you can do. Each person can get a first aid roll every 24 hours, and only for once per injury. So they'd have to sustain a new injury to get another roll.
Then let's say that I get Dawn in and like I've got them doing compression on themselves, and then I just turn to Ivie and like don't even really ask, just kind of like grab some gauze, grab her hand, start wrapping. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Ivie will get back those 3 hit points.
Great, thank you.
And it's at this point you now have a almost dune buggy that has some nice rested spots on it. You're all kind of there, flabbergasted in the street. There is screaming from upstairs. There's a small fire on 2 sides of the roof of this building. A small fire starting at the building to the next to the left of the sorority house when you're looking at it. The front porch is starting to simmer and is quickly dying out, but it seems like the rooftop fires are starting to spread, and there seems to be sirens in the distance.
Are we all together?
Yeah, you're all either directly next to the car or just kind of slightly further away. So you've got car ready to go in the street, kind of available to load up people in between the 2 damaged cars that have been ripped through. You then have the rest of you on the lawn. Dawn's being helped into the car, telling how to compress and bandage their hands up. Yeah, you're
Damian,
all together.
you gonna go call fucking animal control? What the fuck was that?
I don't know why I would be the one calling animal control. Damian is like still just like sitting there like just in the car jiggling the like. That's where we're still in the car, right?
Yeah,
You're
you for
okay,
sure.
Good. I was like, yeah.
I'm getting
He's
Dawn
just
into
like
the
sitting
car.
there like nervously jiggling the stick shift, like holy shit.
We're going back, right? We have to go back, don't we? We have to go back. We still have to go back.
Yeah, get in. Ivie's crawling in the front passenger seat.
Why?
Yeah, Gwen will... Did you not see what just happened?
Yeah, of course I saw what just happened. It was fucking weird. Also, my arm feels fucking great, but why do we have to go... Where are we going back to? Stanford?
To the Cardinal. We have to get the axe
What the
and the Cardinal, and it's all connected, and we
What the
have
fuck
to...
are you talking about?
Get in the car, I will explain on the way.
Zep, go ahead and give me a power roll with a -40.
Okay.
Whoa.
My brain is not doing good.
But your arm feels great.
Yeah.
That's a D8. Okay. That would have been a shitty roll.
It would have been a better roll. You're trying to roll low.
That's an odd 8.
Sick. So, and what is
Yeah.
your power after -40? You don't have like a 15 power, do you?
No, I've got a 75, so it
You're
is
righteous.
so it's like a 35. Yeah.
At the brief message of the Cardinal, you are able to clearly remember the tree that pulled itself forward out of the base of the amphitheater that was in that underground area, and you can clearly remember the rippling eye that invoked in you the chant from deep within you of axe, axe, give me the axe, and a sudden overwhelming of fear that caused you to fight for your life, and you are convinced you have killed someone.
Bryce just silently gets in the car.
Gwen will just lean over. Gwen's in the middle at this point. She's just shoved Dawn all the way through, pulled Bryce in. She'll just lean over, close the door on the other side of Bryce, and just wave to Damian from the back seat. Just be like, just go. Just go.
Did you already grab the first aid kit out of your bag? So that would have been the first thing I tossed to you.
Yeah, no, I've got it.
Oh, but yeah, right, but we can only do that once anyway. Yeah, okay, so Damian just drives.
Once
And
per
starts
person
heading
per
forward.
day per injury.
Yes, I have treated both Ivie and Dawn as best I can. And I
Better
have
than
one
nothing.
and I have one more plus 20 to burn somewhere if it comes to it. It's my last.
Yeah, then I'll just start driving towards Stanford.
Sure thing. How would you like to get there? Do you want to go Bay Bridge? Do you want to head south and then cut over?
Which way did the bear go?
Towards the city.
Bear went
Yeah.
straight. Bear flew.
Bear
at
took
an
the
angle.
diagonal.
Yeah.
Like over the bay. I'm gonna go over Bay Bridge then.
Cool thing. Yeah, you are on your way. It is a strange sight as you drive away, maybe 3-4 blocks down. You see one fire truck, 2 fire truck, an ambulance, a second ambulance, 3 cop cars all headed past you, just in a variety of different speeds coming from different places. There's Oakland police reporting, there's Berkeley police reporting, there are a 3rd fire truck that goes by, and there is a cacophony of noise in the distance as all that goes bad. We have Gwen kind of clutching at her ears, doing a bit of like snapping and shaking and deep breathing exercises. It's about halfway through the drive towards the bridge that, you know, finally start to see some facial movement on Ivie. It's not that it was paralysis, it was just no need. You're starting to like move your mouth a little bit more, smile, frown, you have your tears well up a little bit and swipe them away. Your hand feels terrible, but also pretty amazing for what just happened. And Bryce is trying to figure out what is happening. Dawn is kind of probably there, shoved in the middle again, just doing normal Dawn things.
I'm in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, so that I can monitor the 2 on either sides of me.
Yeah, Dawn definitely has like head pressed up against the window, then kind of just staring out, rocking back and forth, sliding their head across the glass, leaving some green. As you hit the road, there's some what would this car's radio station do? Some great 19
We all just are like, ugh.
This one's got to be talk radio. This one's got to be, yeah.
It's got that KKSF vibes.
Really? I was like really thinking that, given that it's like a doom buggy, we were just gonna hear like, don't
The
I think KLAX was already running, which was the Berkeley local station. So
yeah, there's kind of a talk segment that kind of wraps up, and then "Don't Fear the Reaper" by Blue Oyster Cult comes on.
Of
as you
course.
hit the bridge.
Sure.
I think at that point Gwen is just gonna like literally just lunge forward and turn the radio off, and then immediately catch herself. Sorry, Can we just maybe? Never mind. I want to dig into my bag and pull out a couple of rolls of electrical wire, and essentially spend the rest of the ride trying to make myself 2 bracelets out of electrical wire, similar to the bangles that Agent Greer had.
Sure thing. Let me take a gander at your character sheet and figure out what you're gonna roll for this.
Can I roll craft with my electrician skill, maybe?
Sure, that sounds great.
I had this prepared as a pitch.
Absolutely. And this is tape that you're making out of, electrical tape, and then just anything else, or
metal and pliers. I'm using wire and pliers to make
Great.
2 metal bangles. How do I read? That is an 9 on a 40.
excellent. Yeah, you're able to make them quite well. You're able to like tuck them in, wrap them around themselves into a way that it's not like pinching your hairs. You feel really good about it not cutting into your skin or anything like that, and you're able to kind of slip them on and start jangling them around.
Yep, I'm not gonna talk to anyone for like the rest of the ride. I'm just gonna do that and then just start very quietly like rolling them on my wrist the way I saw Greer doing.
Sure thing. Yeah, as you're coming across Treasure Island, you can see that the deep fog that you left last night is still very much in full force as you're coming into the bay. You can see maybe part of the Embarcadero building. You can see a ferry kind of coming into the north side of the fog, and that's about it. Alcatraz, perfectly clear. North Bay, perfectly clear, but yes, just a big encompassing oval of fog as far down left as you can see to the other bridge, immersed in fog east of that. You,
This is different.
make your way in. Things begin to slowly fade out. You can see what looks like a service vehicle that is shut off the right lane of the bridge. It seems like something from the top of the bridge has fallen off, and they're trying to get repairs and get scrap out of the road. There's another one set up at the next booming towers, and it's a strange sight. And then Dawn finally kind of picks up. What's the plan? I know what we need to do, but I don't know how we're going to get there.
What do we need to do?
Chop the tree down.
Okay. Then that's the plan, right?
Should be simple enough.
Do we need the axe?
I don't know if that's really an option.
How did we get to the tree? Last time.
Underneath
It
the
was
The cardinal?
in that.
we have to go down
Was
underneath the underneath the tower and find it. Ivy, you said something about a place with vines last night. Was that Was that the tree?
I don't remember, but I
Okay.
think so.
Do we need the axe, or do we just need an axe?
I think we'd probably do a lot better if we had the axe.
Pretty sure Barry thinks fire will help. Gonna put that
We
one
have
together.
that covered.
Who's Barry?
Don't
Very,
worry about it. And just like head slumps up against the window again.
Out of character. Does Ivy remember Barry? I don't remember if Ivy.
You remember Barry perfectly.
I
Every
remember him
interaction you've had with
perfectly.
Barry,
I remember
including
the-
the dream that you had at the same time in the same manner as
Ooh.
Dante.
Right. No, I remember that. I don't remember if I am allowed to remember him gifting me powers.
You are.
Okay,
You
great.
also remember Barry pointing you towards a gun, being incredibly truthful, and seemingly asking for help.
Right. Roger that.
Roger, Roger.
As Dawn slumps over, I will very, very quietly like reach over to the not shredded wrist and just like kind of gently put a reassuring hand that is also taking a pulse.
Yeah, sure thing. Pulse seems normal.
Just getting a baseline here.
So we're gonna actually try and take out that flying bear? Like, I feel like nothing we did to it even hurt it.
No, that fire thing definitely hurt it.
You think it's still Nikki in there?
I don't think Nikki's a real person.
Even if it was, maybe this is callous of me, but I kind of don't care. If that's what she's turned into, then it doesn't matter anymore.
What if... Do you think...
This...
No, Ivy, you go.
Is this... Wait. Is this related to that phone call? That call you took, Gwen, Damian?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
What phone call? Dawn kind of peeks up. Did you... Are you...
We, last night when we got back, I called the number from Sheriff Greer's card because we were worried because Bryce and Ivy didn't seem to be remembering things the same way that we did. And, after I said something about the Cardinal, they called Damian and I back. Another person. Agent?
Yeah, they prefer
Operator?
agent.
They prefer agent. We got a call back, and somebody offered Damian and I both jobs once we graduate if we just went along with the story about the raccoon and laid low. And we both said yes.
Nice to know some of my coworkers. Just kind of like slubs head back up against glass.
You remember everything too?
They told me I remember more.
Oh. Okay.
You're one of them?
Technically not until I graduate. But I'm not one of gray ones. But I
what?
guess
What does that mean?
do you remember the big white light? Sorry.
Yeah.
Did you have a dream about a big white light?
Yeah.
Yeah, they told me it might be a side effect. No, you we technically met they what did Greer call them? The Greys. They're like 6-7 feet tall, big gray heads, kind of look like all those stupid t-shirts people walk around in, except instead of the bright green glow in the dark paint, they're just, gray. Big black dots on the side of their head. Well, anyway, they're the ones that tried to alter all of our memories, and it had various sticking effects on them. Bryce, they actually found you the most useful. They actually, took you for a little bit. They had you go on a mining excursion. Seemed to be fruitful.
No, I mean, I
fixed your arm.
Yeah, I remember a dream. What do you mean a mining excursion? I just remember.
They said they needed to get something from their planet before it was a huge success.
Yeah,
that's why they let you keep your arm.
Zeta Reculum 3.
Yeah, it looks terrible.
No, what the? This can't be.
This
can't be fucking real.
Don't
fucking laugh at
whimper. It's like a laugh cry, and just immediately has a tear just run off of their cheek. Yeah.
You can't be serious. You cannot tell me Steven Spielberg got it right.
Who?
Oh, for the love.
Close
Encounters of the Third Kind. Has nobody heard of this blockbuster?
Yeah. My understanding is they said that it'd be the easiest form for them to take, so maybe they'll change it if you get to meet him again. But oh yeah, we should maybe check in with them. That might be better than just going in by ourselves. Could you take us back to the Oval? That'd be the closest entrance. Backside of Stanford, the way we left.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, payphone might be good too.
Yeah.
Payphone.
We're supposed to report these type of things. Just big smile goes to like having a purpose to understanding what that purpose is, and just stark face again. You guys are now like leaving San Francisco. It doesn't seem to be much traffic on a Sunday. But you're making your way down. You've just hit the 280. Your way down to the Stanford campus.
So, do you think that Greer is an alien?
No, he made that clear.
He just works with them.
Or most of us do now.
To do what exactly?
Stop the bear. Stop the cardinal. Make sure the other people that see it don't keep spreading stories that are going to rot us all from the core. My job pitch was a little more different in person, but this is the tip of the iceberg. The things that are out there justify. I wasn't convinced. They showed me more, and I don't want any of you or anything to experience that. That's why the Greys help us. I don't think we could do it. Humanity on our own.
Okay.
So, the circle, the oval, the entrance. Fuck, did I kill someone?
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
I think technically I was the one to do it.
I mean, we all helped. Except Ivy, she wasn't there, but we all helped. It wasn't we had to. They
It was self-defense.
they nearly killed us. Gwen starts to like tug down her shirt and then remembers that the marks aren't there and just stops.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't worthy to remember what we did?
Not a matter of worthy. Human brains are fragile for what it's all worth. Just some things take, some things don't. Do you speak Spanish?
No.
Well, you've heard it. Some things just don't stick. Sometimes it's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with being worthy. I think it was kind of a fluke. I mean, Damian and I both touched the axe. I think maybe that gave us some advantage. Not intentionally, it just happened.
You don't have to make excuses as to why you got to keep memories and I didn't. It happened, but what matters now is that we just need to fucking stop Nikki.
Yeah.
Y'all have pulled off the 280 now. You're heading towards those frontage roads, the same back roads you peeled out just the night before, past the tree lot, past the various gas stations, the farmlands here and there, the fruit stand. Making your way towards campus. Just 3-4 miles away now.
Do we see anything in the distance?
Ivy,
Sorry.
does your boyfriend have another car?
Yeah. Why?
Damian just keeps driving quietly. Do we see anything?
Just gonna steal every car I've ever seen.
Definitely some deep fog. It is wafting in and out in various thicknesses. It is eerie. It is creepy, and the roads are quiet. It's maybe 10:30 in the morning now on a Sunday. It's nice and bright, almost warm, but it is chilly. It is damp. The fog lets you see maybe a block in front of you at times, maybe two. Gas station passes on the right. Turn off for a farm on the left. You don't get much warning of them other than a sign that doesn't seem to correspond with the location up ahead.
Gas stations have phones, right?
Usually.
I'll pull off into the gas station.
Yeah, there's just a gas station attendant propped up chair off to the side, little kiosk inside, cash register, various chips, gums. He's like in the full work jumpsuit. Seems like there's a makeshift garage attachment onto the side where they do smog check, oil change, tire refills.
Is
two
there
gas
like
pumps.
my favorite thing in gas stations when I'm on a road trip is like the tool section. I always like go and peruse, even though I'll never buy a tool, but I always like to know what they sell there. Is there like a tools section in this gas station?
Oh, for sure. There's like 2 different brands of oil that you'd be able to get. There's like 2 different types of screwdrivers. They're both flatheads, but one's orange and one's yellow. And then there's like a couple of empty spaces of where other tools might have been.
Is there a trucker's baton?
A what?
A trucker's club?
Sure. I don't know what that is. I'll allow it.
Oh. So
Do not allow something you don't know.
No, do it.
No, let him do it.
It's a small club. It's about this big. They use it for like if they have like issues with their tires to like bash the tires in, but also like notably like truckers who've gotten robbed will like often tell stories about how they fought off their assailants like one time with their truckers club. So they always keep it in the front seat.
Oh yeah. Like this is just a billy club. This is just the police issue version of it.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool. Other words.
I'm gonna buy
for it, tire
one of
knockers.
each screwdriver and a truckers club.
Yeah, sure thing. So yeah, you have a club that you can use melee weapons with, and it will deal a D8 of damage.
Perfect.
Screwdrivers, if you really want to stab them, will deal a D4. Also use melee weapons.
Perfect twice.
Give you those makeshift shivs for you to dole out. Yeah, gas attendant happily does it. Like, oh yeah, the game last night was quite the game. Too bad they didn't get to finish. What brings you through?
Just needed to make a phone call and headed down to help a friend in Stanford with the project.
Great. Yeah, payphone's just around the corner there. Thanks for the business. Yeah, here you go, and slides you over a quarter. It's like, calls on me.
Oh, you don't.
No, you've already purchased. Been trying to sell those screwdrivers for years. No, happy to take the business. No need to double dip here. I'm a fair and honest man. Just you need a top off or anything too? Gasoline you'll have to pay for, but I can spot a phone call. I'm happy to top it off for you.
We'll just take the phone call and decide after.
All right. Well, just you have any questions, directions? Anything you might need? Come on back. Tell Mean Joke too if you're interested.
Thanks. I'll just grab everything up pretty quickly and like walk over to Don and give him the quarter to make the phone call.
Yeah. And like just begins to like search every single one of his pockets until he pulls out like a laminated business card and heads on over to the phone, puts it to the ear, drops the quarter in, dials like 22 numbers, and then slides the card back into his wallet and puts it back into a pocket. Kind of just sits there waiting, tapping the foot. Oh yeah, hi. Dawn. Yeah, Dawn's here. No, I gave Dawn a last name. What was it?
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Dawn Chumley.
There it is, Dawn Chumley. Thank you for listening to every episode twice.
So many times. So many times. Also, a good test for me to find out my mic was muted.
Did you say something? No, you're
nope.
good. Yeah. Dawn Chumley. Hold. They have me Oh, yeah. Hi. There was a complication back at the Berkeley site. No, it seems like it didn't stick. Oh God, we're 3 miles, 2 miles. Sir, how far away are we from Stanford? 2.6 miles. Yeah, we're 2.6 miles. Backside of Stanford. I thought we'd head to the Oval for face to face if possible. 4. Flare gun, screwdrivers, bat. Well, you know what I can do. Oh, yeah, no. She can do it too. Well, kind of different, but yeah. Okay. Sure thing. On our way. And hangs up the phone. Yeah, no. We have an agent on the ground. We can check in with and hopefully get some help. They they also want me to say that they underestimated you too. If you want jobs upon graduation, you got them too. Ivy, I don't know if you have a choice.
I'm pretty sure I'll make a choice.
Do what you have to.
How would they even stop her?
Have you not seen what they've already done?
How do you have the gall to question what they're capable of?
I don't want to be on their bad side.
He doesn't remember. It's fine.
What
All
have
of you
they
don't
even
remember
done?
what they're actually capable of. I'm the only one who actually saw some of their cohorts.
So far, the only example that they've given us is that they have sent a bunch of people who don't know what's happening to go do the job for them.
We're actually meeting up with someone who kind of knows what is happening, Agent Miklos.
They sent us out to do the first half by ourselves.
We
No.
actually kind of stumbled into it.
Greer was there. He helped. Do you not remember the 60, 90 clones that helped? No, you weren't there. Of course you don't remember.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Greer's dead.
He's dead?
How did
You're not gonna have to deal with him anymore.
How does that make us feel better?
Oh, I thought you didn't like him.
Just because you don't like somebody doesn't mean that they didn't give you some almost weird sense of security when they hawked out 90 other versions of themselves.
I didn't dislike him. I just wanted to know what was happening. And Gwen just starts like spiraling the bracelets again.
So, sorry you had to find out this way. But they're expecting us now. Oh, they also said not to talk to Sam on the way in. Hank, yeah.
From the bus?
Yeah, they stopped him at the roadblock, and he keeps yelling about trying to get in and help someone, but
He came back too. It's not great.
Help someone.
I was told we shouldn't talk with him.
Is he trying to help the guy that you and Ivie were supposed to help?
I don't think so.
No.
He's more
Hey.
likely trying to help Nikki. Or what's left of Nikki. They were working together on this whole plan originally.
Yeah, they said he keeps yelling about some Stanford student. Just who shouldn't concern himself with that.
Shit. No, we totally just left her, didn't we? We totally just left her. We didn't even know.
Oh yeah.
We're awful.
She'll be fine.
No, she won't.
we'll be
No one's gonna be fine. Damian, let's just drive. We should just go. We need to go.
Damian like reaches under the car again, like under the seat again, and starts the car again.
You found a spare key. So you
I did.
don't need-
Okay.
Yeah. You
I was
originally
like-
started it with being like, there's no real locks on it. Check the dash just in case, see if there's something to help me leverage. And there's just like a hide a key that's like
Okay.
magnetized
I was
to just the
I was
back
prepared
of
to
it.
have to do the Hollywood start every time, you know.
Mhm. No.
Okay, yeah, guys started up and just start driving the remainder of the distance to the oval.
Sure thing. Yeah, about 2 miles down, you're just a little more than half a mile out, and yeah, you come up to a roadblock. It's got the cones, it's got directions for a detour to head back, take a different frontage road, and there is EG&E van along with a police car that is there. There's, 2 cars that are there. It looks like some local farmer ranting and raving who's like stepped outside of his truck talking about how he's got to get his pigs through and he's got this and he's got that, and there's like 4 giant pigs just like squealing and bumping around to each other. They seem freaked out. He's like, you hear him? You got your brat lads flashing around. I'm just trying to get on through there. And he's just cursing up a storm at this police officer who's holding the roadblock. And then there you can see Hank Butler, band member in a jacket, just like pacing back and forth, like in his car, like looking down, rubbing his face, just outside, like debating on like what to do, and goes back to his car. He's like, please, I need to check my friend. She's a student here. She hasn't I need to pick her up. You said they evacuated, so I'm here to evacuate her. She can't leave if I can't get there. She called last night. And is just now pleading alongside this farmer who's berating, who's trying to ask for a police escort to pass. And you come up, and this police officer sees your beat up car and the 5 of you piled into it, and starts to move the gate, strong arm them away, and start flagging you through the barricade.
We sure we don't want to find Lisa?
We want to find her, but we can't talk to Hank. If she's still in there, then whatever else is in there... Look, we just have to go deal with what we've been sent to deal with, and hopefully we can get everybody else out, too.
As you're kind of like rolling around their cars and waiting for the cop to just clear a little bit more for you to get through, Hank recognizes the 2 people in the front seats, which I believe would be Ivie and Damian if you all didn't switch up seats. Great. And just kind of like runs up to your car and starts like tapping on the windows. Be like, Lisa, she called me last night. She was freaked out. You got to get her out of there. She just wanted to help. She said something about the Grove, the big swimmer guy. There's just tons of things happening. They said that they were just knocking on doors and grabbing people. I don't know what's happening. You have to...
We are getting a raid.
I know what sounds like.
Yo, Fly Captain. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network. How was your stream? Let us know how you are doing. And welcome, guys. If you're watching and you have not given Fly Captain a follow, go give him a follow. Tell us how your campaign was doing. If you were playing D&D, if not, tell us what you were cooking up. But guys, welcome, and we are the Torpid Gaming Network. We are a variety channel. We are live 5 days a week, and on Tuesday, we play tabletop RPGs. And right now, it is the finale of our Delta Green campaign. We have just gotten back to Stanford, where we are fighting off our old friend Hank, who is trying to push past the guards into a quarantined campus. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome. Yeah, there's Hank pounding on your rusted out makeshift dune buggy's window, tapping repeatedly. Lisa, you have to they said that she heard something about the grove and take her to the trees, and they needed at least 12, and just the help. They're not. I don't know if she got taken or she just got hurt. But you find her. She's in the door, and as you're like starting to drive past, and then the guard again stiff arms Hank back, who's now just yelling behind the gate, like just trying to help. I don't know, I can't. And as it fades off, as you begin to drive past.
Steve fuck, I'm the worst. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Torpa Gaming Network.
Thanks,
Steve-O the Demo. Steve-O the DMO.
Steve-O the DM. Oh, yep, probably closer than me.
Solid.
Cha.
Steve Orthopedics.
Yep,
No,
nailed it.
Steve-O the DMO.
Yep,
Yeah,
DMO.
Yes, there it is.
There we go.
Like it. But yeah.
And read.
Hank is just shouting, jumping up and down, trying to get your attention. Kept on driving. Can I get a sanity roll from all of you as this wave of helplessness kind of just
Nothing
stems across
would
you?
make me more sane than to give you a sanity roll.
Whoa.
Ooh, never mind. 73 on a 69. Nice. My sanity's not 69 anymore.
28 on a 52.
Nice. If you passed, you are not going to lose any sanity. If you failed, you will lose 1 as a wave of helplessness courses throughout your body.
68.
And mind.
Cool. Barely made that one.
I failed. Keeping the streak.
Keep the streak alive. Yeah. But the fog is still dense. The orange flashing lights from the traffic stop and PG&E van makeshift cop car barricade quickly fades out from behind you. And as you pull up forward and get to the Stanford campus and the point that you left it, the big oval of the rising trees, there in a black car smoking a cigarette is someone in a black suit, black tie, white undershirt, have a loose ponytail tied behind their ears, jacket's a little oversized, puts it down, stamps it out, waves over.
Don, is that the guy?
Must be. Yeah, they pull off a clipboard from the top of their car, flip it up, puts it back down after staring at it for a moment, eyes racing across the page. Knocks on your window to roll it down. There, Damian.
Yeah.
Agent Miklos here. I've taken over the site. I guess
Where's he turns to the others. What was his name?
Greer's
Which
shift
one?
is ended.
Greer?
Where's Greer?
Yeah, their shift's over. I'm in charge now.
That's what they call it.
Nice.
Let's get a
We want
first
we
things
want
first out of the way.
wanna
Bryce
talk to
Castle, Ivie Anderson. You have a job as soon as you graduate. Ivie, you actually have a job whether you graduate or not. So,
And if I don't want a job,
talk to me tomorrow and we'll take care of it.
fine.
Small note though, whatever. What did you say it was? And looks back at Dawn. Barry. Whatever Barry gave you, we'll have to take away. It's not impossible, but hurts like hell.
We'll talk tomorrow.
In 24 hours. But yeah. Welcome aboard. For what it's worth. What brings you back? I didn't get much from the phone call, but seems like there's another flying entity about.
You haven't seen it flying around here?
Can't see much in this fog. That's another drawback.
The Cal student who, I think, who brainchild did this, his goddamn axe raid, she got a hold of it and, took off whatever that fucking weird goo you told us to put on it was, and, now she's some sort of giant axe-handed wooden bear that apparently can fly. A sentence I didn't think I would ever say.
We are getting another raid! Yo, TPK Roleplay, what is up, everybody? Welcome to the Tripping Gaming Network. Guys, if you have not followed TPK Roleplay, take a second out of your day. Go give them a follow. Give us the Reader's Digest of how your campaign went, guys. Welcome to everybody. We are the Torpid Gaming Network. We are live 5 days a week, and on Tuesdays, we play our tabletop RPG. It is currently the finale of Delta Green, the Collegiate Chaos. We are inside Stanford campus. It is foggy. It is dark. It is dangerous. We are talking to a new agent from the agency about where the weird flying death bear is going to land. And now you're caught up.
Yeah, that is pretty succinct. And man, yeah, accurate. But yeah, you're there talking with Agent Miklos. Yeah, you said girl. Is that Angela, Pietro, Nikki Wickles, or Barb Oakley?
Nikki Wickles.
Crosses off like 5 names. They're on the list on like the 3rd piece of paper.
Would I recognize all of those names that he just rattled off as members of the main track team?
You would know some of them as students. Angela Pietro would be a fellow pre-med student, also a senior, but like failed one of like the intro stats class that you're in that they need to graduate. So like they're taking it again for the 2nd time, and they've complained heavily about math. Barb Oakley, you've only heard rumors about, but like you're pretty sure is a drug dealer on campus.
Interesting. Okay.
Also a senior.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Noted. I was expecting more of a like, oh, all the jock girls ganged together. No wonder I got sucked into this bullshit. I was wrong.
Cole Robbie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tripping Gaming Network. I'm sure I nailed that name. I nailed it.
Whoa.
Cole Rabbi?
Fuck.
Oh no.
No way.
Oh no. Doubt. Doubt.
Doubt has entered the chat.
It's, like, dude, I've been saying that my brain has just been like a little off this
To be
whole
fair,
week.
Rabbi
Welcome to Tuesday.
is spelled with 2 B's, so I would be hard pressed to believe that it was Cole Rabbi and not actually Cole Rabbi.
You
but
can't troll me like this. Okay.
I would have felt remiss to not enter doubt into the conversation. Well, I'm not a rabbi. There you go.
Nailed it. First try. 100% every time. But no, most of you actually recognize, or all of you have heard or met Barb Oakley. But Angela Pietro, probably only you would recognize the name Gwen. And of course you all know the name Nikki Wickles at this point.
Unfortunately.
But yeah, just immediately crossed out some stuff. Agent Miklos picks up one of the 2 walkie-talkies on the belt, scenario 4, and then just clips it back on. Oh. So you were saying the aforementioned Nikki Wickles got a hold of the axe, wiped off the solution we applied in some fashion, and then used it to, what did you say? Flying bear?
Flying
Mhm.
wooden axe-handed bear is the succinct version, I suppose. Might have some damage. Bryce threw a football through her shoulder, and I think Ivie sicked a fire dog on her.
Real cold face, no emotions, and then you hear fire dog, and like the agent like can't help but like an eyebrow like twitch and like eyes dart into the back and then back forward. Right. All right. This Miss Wickles, you hear her talking about anything when she had the axe? Any sort of chanting?
Yeah, she chanted a Cal fight song. We are sons of California. We're something brothers brave and true. Something fighting gold and blue.
Goes into the car, opens up the back seat, like ruffles around in a bag, comes out with a journal, and like walks it over, flips a couple page. We are sons of California, fighting for the gold and blue, palms of glory. We will win for alma mater true.
Yep, that's the one.
All right. Takes the pen, circles that entire page, flips a couple pages. You didn't hear anything else?
She said, you should have given me the axe sooner.
Yeah, we believe her grandfather knew about the axe and its full potential, which is why he abandoned Stanford campus many years ago and banned his family from it. But it seems that on his passing, just a few years ago, his personal writings ended up with Miss Wickles, and she put 1 or 2 things together that we wish she hadn't. Things would be very different if that were not the case. But semantics. We're going to need your help.
Yeah, that seems to be a running theme.
Despite our resources, boots on the ground is not high at the moment. At least in this region. Our response time is a little lackluster, and you know what? All of this will be fine. We'll go away. In 32 hours, 42 minutes, and 16 seconds. That's the time frame we have to work with.
What happens in 32 hours, 14 minutes, and 3 seconds?
San Francisco Peninsula will dive into the water.
I'm sorry?
The San Francisco Peninsula will be bombed by the United States Air Force and will be taken off. It will be staged as a Russian airstrike and probably set off a very hot war.
You literally do not have boots on the ground for this?
We have boots on the ground. We have me. We have the 5 of you. And the 6 other agents I have. We need to give an all-clear sign in just over 32 hours, or millions of people will be wiped out.
You're going to send 4 college sophomores in to prevent domestic terrorism?
This is what I was
What
talking
exactly-
about, Gwen. What have they done that's so
do you
impressive?
do?
I'm
You
sending
don't get to talk,
in-
Miss Fire Dog!
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm sending in anyone who has a chance of not just saving lives in the next 2 days, but of stopping an underwater invasion that is infeasible for humanity to stop.
DJ Tank, thank you for gifting that sub to Proper Nerdy.
I believe you all spotted the cardinal. Our understanding, thanks to some knowledge provided by Dawn as well as our own intel, it's not just one powerful entity. It is the youngest sibling of hundreds of creatures impervious to almost anything you can throw at it.
Almost anything?
Airstrike would work.
So we need to find a way to blow it up.
Fire seems to be the most effective.
That's it? That's all you've got? We'd kind of figured that one out for ourselves.
Fire, heavy velocity, constant berating. So, again, I'm not just sending in 5 college students. I'm sending in 5 adults that will be armed to the teeth. And, like, walks away, heads over to the trunk, pops it open, pulls out 3 Thompson submachine guns and 2 handheld flamethrowers. Just has all 3 guns on the strap, brings over the 2 flamethrowers, has you, like, pop the hood of the car because it's got that fun engine on the back and it's got the empty hood up front, and just slides, like, everything in. Taps it. Should help.
Where's the
Got anything?
grove? Go ahead, Bryce.
Just give anything else? Info? Anything?
Guess I'm an open book right now. You want specifics? You want my general understanding of the situation?
If you were sending 5 people in to
We're up to
possibly
11 now. Continue.
Sorry, a lot is coming to light right now, but just does it have weak points? Just anything.
About 20 years ago, we encountered the Cardinal previously. Various Molotov cocktails, shotgun blasts, even the axe got used against it. Hacked it up into bits. Lost 3 agents of the 5 that went. We thought this problem was taken care of. We've been monitoring. And then our reading showed that another axe was activated. Another. We removed the original axe 20 years ago. The first thing we had Agent Greer do was make sure that it was still in the bank down at Santa Cruz. It was. He left it there, came up here, met the 5 of you as soon as he got on campus. So, being an open book.
Here we go.
Yo, we're getting another raid! Yo, Madbird Streams! Welcome into the Torpid Gaming Network, my friends. Guys, if you have not gone and followed Madbird Streams, you should do it right now. Take a second out of your day, drop them a follow. Guys, tell us a little bit about your campaign. How was it? Let us know. Guys, welcome in. We are the Torpid Gaming Network. We are a variety channel. We are live 5 days a week. You are catching us on Tuesdays, which means it is Tabletop RPG. It is the finale of our Delta Green Collegiate Chaos mini-series, where we are learning, trying to learn the weak points of the big bad, and there really aren't that many of them. Mark, are you going to actually give us something here?
As Agent Miklos was saying, 20 years ago, what worked was constant gunfire, accelerated flames, and hacking at it with a magical axe.
So I don't
It helped.
suppose there's any chance that maybe you brought that extra magical axe up here for us to use, or I don't know. Fuck, did any of your agents fight in Vietnam? You got some fun illegal flame that you can procure us from the army or something?
I already have 3 illegal submachine guns loaded up in the front of your car, as well as 2 flamethrowers capable of throwing flame to 15 feet at 2,000 degrees temperature.
Wow, if I'd known that, I would have brought my protective gear. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Humor.
Sorry. My dad
Um,
always said I dealt with tragedy through comedy.
We're not at the tragedy yet.
Hmm.
You mentioned the Grove, where it might be. We have 5 possible locations. My team is clearing the 2nd at the moment. We believe these groves are code for places within the Axe Committee, the sworn protectors of the Axe, which most of the time is just normal college students looking for a way to get the most out of their college experience. Within that group is an estranged assortment of students. Ones that become privy to the inner workings of what the Axe is actually capable of, who the Axe actually serves. The Axe isn't a weapon, it's a tool. It doesn't destroy, it gathers. Anything it destroys, whether it be banners at games, whether it evokes chants from complete strangers, whether it actually is used to take a life, all of this is converted into energy for the Cardinal. Every football game with Cal, every basketball game with Cal, every time someone touches the Axe for good luck, every time someone walks by and gets a little tune stuck in their head, is another piece of energy ready for the harvesting. The longer Cal holds it, more energy seeps out of it. But the second axe seems to have gotten a lot more power than the first. Maybe games are more well attended. Maybe more students have gone missing on campus. So no, I don't have an axe to give you. Our running theory is the axe was used to take the essence away from what we are dubbing the Cardinal, which means it just stored its own life force back in the tool it was using to gather force. Once someone made a new axe, they were able to get that energy. Apparently, you can make more axes at the various groves.
So there isn't even much of a point to destroying the axes.
Well, you tell me, right? We currently have an entity who has now shared its form with the axe and all power that it holds. And they're coming for more power. My guess is you're going to find that flying bear creature you talked about trying to hunt down the Cardinal. Whoever wins is going to get a mighty, mighty boost of energy. I'm rooting for the bears. We can deal with power-crazed humans. Hell. Those are the easy calls. But that thing? Not interested.
And Nikki, aka Hand Axe Flying Bear, is a power-crazed human.
Our running theory is she discovered her grandfather's writings.
No. I don't care what your theory is, but you classify her as someone you can take care of.
Yes.
The bear.
Yes.
In the current form.
Yes.
Why the fuck are we even here?
Gotta find the bear. Gotta clear out the grove sites. And gotta make sure millions of people don't get bombarded in a cover-up scheme that the Russians have suddenly started to attack San Francisco.
That bear broke through our front line and sacked us. Back in front of the sorority, rolled us. What makes you think that we have a chance at something that's even more powerful than it?
3 machine guns, 2 flamethrowers, a mechanically enhanced throwing arm gifted to you by an alien species, some girl that is able to summon Ifrits from another plane, as well as a young man who can shoot fireballs out of their hands that could literally melt any possible surface that we know on Earth and some that we do not know about on Earth.
Where are the other 6? You say they're at the groves?
They're at Grove Site 2. They're clearing it now. Should be hearing back soon. I'd like to send you out to Grove Site 5. Faster we clear them, faster we make sure there's not another axe being made. We evacuated campus to make sure there wasn't required materials for another axe. But based on your friends ranting and ravings, that might not be the case.
They need 12 students?
The more people they have, the faster they can make an axe.
Got it.
We uncovered some traces. It's usually one person held for months at a time, repeatedly tortured, bloodletting, and rituals. With multiple peoples tied to the necessary trees, they could expedite this process to 2 hours. None of the participants are going to make it, but I don't think they're really concerned about that. Worst case scenario, they already have an axe. Absolute worst case scenario, they have multiple.
Great. Where's Grove Site 5?
Pulls out like a map of the Stanford campus and has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 written on it, kind of in the outskirts. Looking at the map, they're kind of weird places. Like, most of them are off campus, but they're like just off of foot trails, or they're in someone's backyard. 5 happens to be on the backside of someone's house. Big open property, maybe like 4 or 5 acres of it, but seems to be at like the northwest corner of some house that is near enough to campus. Site 5 is the backyard of an alumni. Purchased the house 40 years ago. Been in the family ever since. 100 to 1 odds says they were part of the original XCOM.
Must be nice having that kind of money and legacy and whatever else this bullshit is.
That's what we're here for. Humankind's legacy.
Yeah.
Look, it's not an easy job. It's not a job. It's a war. Every day, inside and out. It's beyond war. It touches not just your body, not just your mind, your relationships, your fears, your hopes. But if we don't do it, we lose. And honestly, we lose a lot. But the wins we scrape out, we make sure parents can keep on doing their jobs. We make sure siblings can actually enjoy a beer. Our lives are forever changed from this. Yours already have been. We're just trying to make sure millions and thousands of others aren't. Anyway, happy to answer more questions, but if we want to clear these sites, thankfully with a new team, I only got about another 5 minutes to spare.
Let's just roll.
I'm done with questions. Let's just go.
Damian, you seem quiet.
Why wouldn't you just evacuate everybody?
We did. Our understanding is everyone on campus has been evacuated other than the barricades that we have entering campus. As far as headcount go, we keep getting a closer and closer number. As of an hour ago, we were missing 55 people. As of 10 minutes ago, we were missing 26. It's hard to keep track of this many people, especially when there's people within the campus that don't want to evacuate. Especially when there's ones that we don't have head counts for. We don't have a head count for these private residencies out in the outskirts. Someone went and knocked. Someone told them to leave. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't.
You guys are really
Damian just turned
on top of your job.
Oh, are you talking about why don't we just evacuate the entire peninsula?
Yeah.
The only thing worse than losing all of those lives in the doomsday situation would be for them to know the truth.
I don't think we'll agree on this one. He rolls up, get sits up, rolls up the window, starts the car.
If everyone had your knowledge, you think society would keep moving on? You think people would look for cures for diseases? You think people would worry about investment banks, the economy? You think anyone gives a shit what they're going to eat next week? If you understand the nightmares that exist at high noon, constantly under places that are supposed to be safe, that's what we're fighting against.
Gwen leans.
That's the roof.
Yeah, Gwen leans over. Dawn presses like a middle finger up to the window, and just kind of turns to Damian. Let's just go.
Happily. I drive away.
Sure
With
thing.
the fury.
You for sure have the instructions on how to get to this house. It's not going through campus, but actually going back the way you came. But instead of taking a left the way you went back to get to the 280, past that tree farm, past that gas station you stopped at, you're taking a right. So you're moving further into Palo Alto. And you do eventually come up this like winding road and up to this nice big manor, iron gate going left and right, pretty much surrounding the entire property at the top of a hill that then crests over into some wooded areas behind it.
Okay. I'll turn to Gwen and just be like, okay, what's the actual plan here?
We've got 3 machine guns and 2 flamethrowers, plus whatever Ivie and Dawn feel like they can do, which don't feel like you have to use that. I don't know what that is, but it looks like it's not great. So, machine guns provide suppressing fire, and flamethrowers light it up, I guess. Yeah, Ivie?
I think Dawn and I will do whatever we have to do to make sure that we don't have to bomb out the entirety of the peninsula.
Yeah, they didn't tell me that part last night.
Yeah, that's a lot of new information.
You guys think there's even 6 other people at Grove 2?
God, I hope so.
If I
Dawn kind of
recall
like
anything,
nods the head.
There seemed to be a good number of people down there last night. I'm sure there's more where that came from.
Let's go light it up, yeah?
Have you guys all considered that we're gonna die in there?
Yeah.
Very much so, actually.
Okay. And we're all just resigning ourselves to that?
I mean, I kind of got the impression that we would be killed without prejudice, or with great prejudice, if we left.
I don't know about you, but I got family in Daly City, San Francisco. Got friends who wanted to live off campus. They don't have class on Monday. They're downtown San Francisco in a shitty apartment. God, I can name 20, 30 people that I know by name. It's my life or theirs. Fine with that.
I don't know anyone out here but you guys, but I don't want people dying because I decided to do nothing.
Look, no one's technically forcing us to do this. But there's that piece way down inside me that knows if my inaction caused someone else not just pain, but the stuff that we've seen, I don't want to live with myself. So yeah, if I go in there and I die, that might be the easy way.
First, do no harm. Second, take no shit. Let's go.
Yeah, Don will climb over whoever's on the front to get on out.
Oh, yeah. Bryce is
kinda just-
getting out as well.
Yeah,
I
I
just kind of
think
look back and like, I'm not gonna judge you if you want to go, Damian, but there's a lot more to what we think is a lot more. And I'm sorry to say, but there's not enough room on this planet for you to run away from it.
Damian
I'd
looks at him
respect
and
you to
like
try.
very calmly just goes, "Oh, we're all good, man. Let's do it." And just walks past him.
All right. Through the front door, see if anyone's home. Hop a fence, go around back. Who
Well-
wants a machine gun? Who wants a flamethrower?
I want a flamethrower, but I'll
Um,
take a machine gun because I think I probably have more experience with guns than most of you. Except maybe Bryce. You grew up in the sticks too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a heads up, out of character. If you want to use a flamethrower, it's going to be Dex times 5
you.
that you're rolling for, because it
Okay.
is just a matter of like point. Make sure it doesn't get on you and it gets on them. For the machine guns, it will be your firearms. It will be doing 10% lethality as long as you are shooting it in its burst, in its 3-round burst that it has. And if you want to single fire it for more accuracy, it'll only be 1d10. But single firing it will give you a plus 20% to hit.
I will take the flamethrower.
As will Ivy.
Yeah, I like my dex is super good for flamethrower, but I also know that out of character, I also know that Zep and I are the only ones who took
Yeah.
extra points in firearms, so I think we'll take the machine
We're
guns.
gonna Mark, you're gonna have to forget us, but
Yeah.
we're gonna meta down on this one, my dude.
No, you are
Yep.
totally able to.
Yeah, no, this is the one time we're gonna try to meta this.
That's totally
The
fine.
one time.
But yeah, just that one time.
as I
Fun.
as I jingle
time.
my homemade bracelets to help with noise suppression, so that I keep my wits about me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dawn will happily take the machine gun as well, and is going to like clear the chamber so it like pulls back on a lever. The first bullet loads in, you go ahead and closes it, goes through, grabs a couple of magazines, hands it to everyone, points out safety, mag release, this, that, and like strings it over his backside.
Okay, we're doing this.
Over the fence, through the front door, around the back. I think clear sight 5.
Great. I can go jump a fence. Who wants to kick in a door?
I've always wanted to kick in a door.
Don just kind of like looks at you real quick. He's like, you should probably just punch it with your good arm.
Oh, I was going to.
I guess I'll go through the front. At this point, I don't really care about being quiet, so yeah, let's go save our world.
Great, I'm gonna flank the back. I'll, scream in terror if anything jumps me.
I'll come with you, Gwen.
Okay. Ivy? Bryce?
Yeah.
I am sorry about last night. I know it doesn't matter much anymore, but, for what it's worth.
I really hope that we are able to have a long talk about that after this is over.
Me too.
It is what it is. Let's go.
All right. Damian, are you going fence or are you going front door?
I'm gonna go in the front door with Bryce.
Let's do
Got
it.
it. We got Bryce, Dawn, and Damian heading up to that front door. You two want to head left or right? Or are you both going to take one side of the house? Because essentially you're coming up to a walkway of kind of a 2-story mansion-esque house. There's a 2-car garage off to the right side, and then the fence butts right up against the building. It's 8 feet tall, black iron, gold spikes up at the top. Seems like it's more so for decoration than it is to be an actual security measure. But it stands tall. It runs deep into the fog, and it seems that there is an abundance of leaves. There's nice big trees on both sides of the fence, and this person did not rake over the fall. There are wet, damp, various browns covering the ground. Only thing that's really clear around here is the walkway up to the front door and the driveway up to the garage.
Well, now that you describe it, I'm regretting my choice. But is there
You can change your mind.
is
you
there
have
a-
new information.
is there a visible gate on
There is
either
not
side?
a gate on either side.
I want to go right to the side where the garage is because I feel like there's more likely to be a gate entrance on that side, or the ability to bust through the garage and get from the garage to the backyard.
Sure thing. And you're staying together, or are you flanking the house?
Your call, Ivy.
I feel like we might do better off flanking. That's probably wrong, but we'll see.
Divide and conquer. Time-old tactic.
Divide and die.
Yeah, that's never gone wrong for any D&D party ever.
Yeah, no, it's
Not
never.
once.
Yeah.
Declaring now that I am going to sling the machine gun on one arm, but also sling my tool bag with all its accoutrement on the other.
Sure thing. Yeah, no, I'm giving you all the benefit of the doubt. If you say you have a thing at this point, you have a thing. So,
Great. I'm just trying to
other
not
than
be
like, I have a
dictator.
holy hand grenade and I'm gonna blow up the big baddie
Oh,
with one
I
throw.
was
Right.
just gonna say, I
I'll say-
have the Ark of the Covenant right here.
That is actually a good point. Do I have a recipe for napalm in
Oh,
my
yeah.
anarchist?
Everybody knows it's just
I-
gasoline and
I-
kitty litter.
I just wanted to know because there was this whole point in the first episode of pages being torn out.
There
So I just
were
wanna
pages being
know.
torn out. There were, I believe I specifically said there is no recipe for napalm because you couldn't make an actual bomb.
That's what I
Um,
thought. I just
so,
wanted to
yeah,
double check for
You
the
didn't have
sake of double
napalm.
checking.
You didn't have pipe bomb. You did have
Correct.
some drug recipes.
That's right. I
um,
can make meth, but not napalm. Cool.
You can make meth, smoke bombs, stink bombs,
Bath
some
bombs?
survival like starter fluid. Yes, some fragrant bath bombs.
Great.
But nothing incredibly lethal.
I just wanted to double check. I will make meth and bath bombs later if I survive this, but for the time being, I will not waste my time on that. So yes, I'm gonna go right toward the garage side, and if Ivy wants to go left and flank, that's fine with me.
Cool.
If there's a clear way to get around towards the left, then I will go to the left. If I run into like an impassable area, I would double back.
Got it. Gwen, I forget. Did I end up giving you the unnatural skill?
No, I do not have the unnatural skill. Only Ivy does.
Nope.
Can confirm.
Cool.
Got it the hard way.
Whee!
No worries then. Yeah, so 1 going right, 3 going down the middle up to the front door, 1 going left. Let's start with our door team.
I look at Dawn and Damian, so just go in, just smash it.
Good luck.
I holster the machine gun and just get into a football, line squat. Hut, motherfucker. And then I just run at it right shoulder forward. Shatter the door.
Give me an athletics.
Minus 50 because, or plus 50 because I'm superhuman.
What'd you get?
46 on
I believe a 50.
On a 50. That's
Yeah,
that's a success. Holy shit.
That's a huge success. Yeah, with this newfound strength, you're not any better at controlling it than you were your arm beforehand, but the effects are heavily amplified for what you were able to do. But yeah, you get that running start after that hut motherfucker just plow right into it. And it's not the power from your feet, it's not the power from your core. You've got great form for it. But there's something about when your shoulder hitting that door and your entire arm, you can just feel the ripple of flexing coming out in such a way that it just takes this door off the hinges and ends up shooting the door all the way down the hall and just like colliding with a table off to the side as doors open. Loud noise has partaken in the house. And so at this point you realize this house is dark. With the fog, even in the daylight, it's kind of bright and easy to see, but inside this house, there is no power. There is no lights. There is not a light source in this house other than what ambient light can get through the thin curtains on all of the windows, which are drawn. But before you is a hallway. To your left is a living room, stairs up to the right, and it looks like another kind of study off to the right, and beyond that, a laundry room. Looks like it may lead into a garage. It's dark. It's quiet after the door goes flying 20 feet into the house before colliding with a table.
Basement? Wait. Where? Don, where would the grove be?
Map said it was backyard.
All right.
I'm not a good climber, so I didn't really want to go over the fence, but it also sounds like it's real quiet in the house.
Yeah, come on, let's fucking go. And I take the machine gun off and start moving towards the back of the house slowly and alertedly. Mark, I'm checking for traps. This is me checking for traps. The equivalent
metagamer.
The equivalent of checking for traps.
No, you have to describe how you would check for traps. Yeah, no, go ahead and give me an alertness roll.
That's an 8.
Nice.
Dude,
Don also
awesome
rolled
today.
Dude, Don also rolled a crit, so like this is great.
Crit
Damian,
success?
if you'd like to make an alert, yes. Ooh, crit success. Damian, if you'd also like to roll an alertness on your way in.
Happily. 38 on a 50.
Yeah, you all enter the house slowly, assuredly. You feel for sure empowered. Like you have some serious firepower in your hands right now. You're also all coming to a realization most of your group is above human capabilities. You've got 2 magic users. You've got some guy with a super jacked up arm. You're now carrying illegal firearms that have military grade, and 2 of you have felt the power that the axe can give. You're feeling confident, and you're checking for things that seemed like would only be a thing in the movies. There's no tripwire at the door that the door didn't set off. There's no strange paint buckets or anything in the air, and even Dawn kind of holds his breath, takes a listen. There's no movement in the house. Press onto the backyard.
Yeah, I think we have to get there as soon as possible. They may need our help.
Yeah, and you start making your way on through that house, but it seems eerily quiet. As you pass, you can see many photos of 2-3 different Stanford graduations. You can see family photos. Everyone is in Stanford paraphernalia. You can even see a poorly done replica of the axe. except it only has the scores of all of the games that Stanford won. You eventually come into like the den area where they've got a TV, multiple couches lined up, and you can see paraphernalia on the wall, yearbooks from Stanford and local high schools. This is a Stanford home through and through. I mean, it's close enough to almost be on campus. It's a bit strange, but it confirms that, yeah, Stanford runs deep in this house. You make your way towards the backyard, and as you get there, you can see it's just sloping down. Seems to be piles of leaves here and there, and lining almost kind of a path that comes up behind a row of these evergreen bushes. A path kind of winds down, and there's a faint glow on the other side of those hedges, down at the back corner of the property. Let's head over to Ivie. Ivie, you're on the left side of the house. This is not the side with the garage. You can see the boys knock the door in just handedly. You can even hear it rattle about the house. As you start your way up over that fence, you're not under pressing of time or anything like that. You can get over the fence just fine, as you're not rushed to do so. But it's a difficult climb. Wasn't easy. I had to take 2 or 3 attempts at it, but you were able to hop on over, and yeah, you come to the other side of maybe 4 or 5 inches of just wet, unraked leaves covering this entire property. You can see the windows on this side of the house. All the blinds are closed, but it's just a thin veil, but no lights on in the house. You can't really see in. Can't even see the shadows of your compatriots moving on through the house. But you make your way up over that fence, and as you come along the side of the house, you can see a small, cleared-out trail that begins to wind down the backside of this hill that the property is atop. You can see that line of hedges. You can see a bit of a glow behind. And you can hear, just inside your head, Dawn's voice. You scared too?
I don't know. You see anything?
Lights at the back of the property, where they said the Grove location might be.
Yeah, that's all I'm seeing too.
Lights might mean ritual.
Oh. It's gonna be fine, Dawn.
Okay. And yeah, you are able to make your way around the side of the house. There's a shed off to the side, seems to have had its doors thrown open. Various tools are inside. A lawnmower's been pulled out of it. Just a push lawnmower, big red bag for collecting leaves. But other than that, not much strangeness on this side other than the trail down. As you make your way, you can see the other 3 start to open the back door that was unlocked, and they're about to leave the house. Gwen, over on the right side of the house. Again, you jump over your fence too, and you clunk down 3-4 inches. Big wet leaves kind of line the side of this property, and you can feel in your bones craving for the axe. But on the side of this garage, no real windows to speak of. There's, a bit of an outlet up top. Seems to be like pushed open, but is maybe 8 feet up onto the side of the garage. Not really going to be anything you can see into, but it's quiet on this side. The fog's dense. You can see it kind of shifting around like clouds crawling on the floor. It's eerie. There's no way really into the house, but getting over the fence wasn't too bad. You can see once you get to about the halfway point, same trail, same hedges, and just the faint glow from the other side. Not just the natural sunlight on this Sunday morning around 11 a.m., but a warmer, probably a more fire started to glow, much like the torches you saw from underneath the tower.
I want to look up as I proceed cautiously toward this glow. Do I see power lines above me? Or power lines that run into the house?
Yeah, there's some power lines. It's not on the garage, but up onto the house, the garage side. So you could theoretically get onto the garage, then get up onto the side of the house, and we get to the top of the house, and that's where the power lines connect. Okay. But and then there's a phone pole and power line, the 75 feet just on the other side of the fence, so the street side of the fence.
Right.
And then it goes off, cutting through the hills towards campus.
Okay. Just want to make note of that.
Sure thing.
I will proceed toward the non-electrical lighting and the non-sunlit lighting.
Sure thing. You make your way around the house, and you can all kind of see the fanned out group now. The two of you at the far sides, three of you kind of following down the trail, but the other two can kind of kick your way down the hill, not too difficultly, from the leaves. And you all start making your way on down, I assume.
No.
There is always time to turn tail and run. Some of you may be forced to do so.
We did our part.
That's it. Stream's over. We're leaving. Bye.
House is clear. Time to go.
Union coffee break, please.
Ugh, mood. Where's my cot?
Bryce definitely proceeds down the trail out the back with the gun drawn.
Sure thing. With your alertness rolls from earlier. Oh, Gwen and Ivie, go ahead and give me an alertness roll. Did not have you do that when you hopped over the fence.
Oh, fuck me. That's my alert.
Don't worry. We both failed.
No, but 77 on a 60. That's a crit fail.
That's
Oh,
a
that is
real
a
bad
crit.
one too.
I'm sorry. That's
a crit, Bront.
I was too busy looking for where the power lines were, and I didn't notice something more important.
It's fine. What could possibly
Power lines are
go
kind of
wrong?
important.
Yeah. No, it's good.
You didn't get electrocuted, probably.
God, I hope not. That's the one thing I should be able to avoid.
Yeah, as you're walking, for Dawn, Bryce, and Damian, you can hear about halfway down muffled resistance. So you can start to hear quietly, faintly, much quieter than I was able to do it, but echoed 12, 15 times.
It's your boy.
Doesn't sound pleasant. It sounds soft but echoed. Of almost like someone biting down on a gag. But you're still 30 feet away from rounding those hedges, so pretty loud for a muffled gag. For Gwen, you kick through a pile of leaves. And from that pile of leaves, you can just see a blood-stained hand. It looks like right between the two middle fingers was split all the way down to about the elbow. It's just kind of flopping there. And there's definitely just that little high-pitched clutch in the throat. Can I get a sanity roll as you discovered a mutilated dead body?
You know, I thought going pre-med was going to save me from the body horror level of bullshit. And then
you haven't done enough cadavers from...
Yeah, you haven't done that yet.
Yeah. You're pre-med, you're not post-med.
I'm so good at frogs. I failed.
You don't.
I don't know why you even asked, but yes, I failed.
You're going to lose 1 point of sanity.
Okay, thanks.
Because the more terrifying thing is, it's not that this person is been brutally murdered. They have been brutally split apart and are still alive. The leaves rustle, and underneath it is a Stanford coat with a big badge that has 2 axes on it. And there is a bleeding face kind of coming out from underneath the leaves that kind of turns and tries to faintly scream out, "They're here! Come!" as their throat begins to gurgle as they move their head, opening up one of their other wounds as they begin to bleed out.
I reach into my bag, grab my scalpel, reach down, and just slice their throat to end it.
You just open up the further hole that was already there. They may have been gone before you got there, but they're for sure gone.
Great.
But yeah. Stanford student, Stanford sweater, AXCOM badge. Every part of them is mangled.
Do I recognize this AXCOM student? Was this...
You do not.
Okay.
This was a
Okay.
gentleman of nondescript features.
Just double checking. Because I spotted at least a couple of them. We were here before, so great. Cool. I will take a very deep breath and then keep going.
It's at this point, too, you begin to notice there are 4 or 5 clumps of leaves that look like they've been pushed into mounds that could resemble this one. But as you make your way down, you can all start to hear the muffled of what is 18 people being periodically tortured. You come across and are able to look into this small gathering, and in the middle of this gathering are 3 large trees that have 6 people tied all the way around them. Around each tree, there is a person that seems to have a long branch that is periodically chanting and then digging it into someone, whether it be in between a rib, into the neck, in between their hands, under the armpit, just chanting, and then upon stopping the chant, digging it into one of these 6 people that gather around. And as they pull it out, the stick seems slightly thicker, with a bigger red clump of metal at the top. You come around the corner and there are just 3 people roaming around these big, thick trunks, each of which have 6 people tied to them, each of which has a rope around their mouth, around the back of their head that is then connected to the head and then wrapped around the head of the person next to them, so that way they're all gagged and tied to the tree by their mouths, by underneath their elbow, or by underneath their pits, across their arms at the wrist, across their knees, and across their ankles. They're all about a foot off the ground, of various heights. Stanford students, Stanford employees, even a strange gas attendant. Making a sanity roll.
No, this is fine. I don't. Why do you want a sanity
into
roll?
A weird blood ritual. It's fine.
Yeah, it's just another day at the office.
Mm-hmm.
27. See, another day at the office.
Another day at the office. Oh, and for Dawn. My God, did Dawn actually make a sanity? I'm so proud
It's
of
a
you, Dawn.
blood ritual. He should be fine.
You and Alandra both have 1
What's up there,
successful
Pylos?
sanity roll.
I now have 2. I rolled an 3 on that one.
Excellent.
I see a crit fail face.
Oh, not that bad. But if anybody wants to come through with that crit success real quick, let me know.
Whoa, whoa.
Let me know.
Uh,
What's up, y'all?
Not worth.
Are we accepting player bids, or is it only
Nah.
chat?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Just
I don't
checking.
even know what happens.
I rolled a 96 on a 52.
Oh.
It's not a crit fail, so it's the same as if you got a 53 on a 52. You're going to lose 2 points of sanity. Anyone who
That's
succeeded
sick.
is not going to lose any.
Wow, that's novel.
You were
Generous.
somewhat braced for there might be a weird ritual that involves hostages / kidnap
That's-
victims.
There will be blood?
There is quite a bit. the real horrifying part of this is every single one of these people have holes in them. Every single one of them is just oozing blood. It's not pouring out, but it is trickling down, enough so that the leaves around are not the natural brown. It is the unnatural brown of dried blood. It seems like this has maybe been going on for 45, 50 minutes, maybe close to an hour. And it seems like, based on your other knowledge, there are 3 axes in the process of being made. Looking around, you can see a tall, completely bald man that keeps driving the stick in, seemingly harder than everyone else. And his branch from this tree seems to be the closest in shape to an axe. It has a long handle and a ball slightly smaller than a baseball of iron at the top. And it just continuously is getting poked in and out of these people in between his chanting. Then there are 2 others, a small thin woman.
Hand slipped. My hand slipped.
Malale. See, I can't do it. Pylos,
I believe
you
you
try.
That's right.
Sound it out.
Malale.
Malale.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Malale.
that's right.
Okay.
Malale.
Thank you for the follow.
I mean, that's-
Welcome to the Torpid Gaming.
That's not nearly as hard as Steve-O the DMO, right?
Steve on the dim. Oh, I nailed.
Chiamel.
Yeah, whatever you said
Yeah.
earlier.
Only dubs here,
Yeah.
baby.
Only dubs.
Steve Othedmo is what you said earlier.
I know. It was not good.
Look, nobody can pronounce my username except people from the UK and Australia. You're welcome. So it's fine.
Oh, Lady, I know the answer though. Lady Bedaware.
You know the actual pronunciation. Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. We know you, though.
No, actually, she explained that one to me when we were doing a history of your username on stream.
Mhm.
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Cute. Can Ivy do
Mad
something
cute.
gross?
Sure. Get in here, Ivy. You let me finish my
Wait.
description. You can see the big bald man aggressively going through his ritual. You can see a woman that seems to be thin, slender, crying as she does the ritual, but is still proceeding. And another short, stocky man who just keeps checking back over to the big bald guy, repeatedly doing the same thing that he does and just less of a vigor. Ivy, what would you like to do? What idea has struck your mind at this crazy
Well-
moment on a Sunday afternoon?
I am under the impression that I am under a vast amount of dead bodies that may or may not have a copious amount of goo coming out of them.
Yeah.
She
That's true.
Yeah. The nearest down body. She's just kind of going to hang out next to it, hover, and just cast her little enchantment.
What was your alertness roll from earlier? It was a failure, correct?
It was a failure. It was not a critical failure.
Excellent. So you can
I-
see the people
Okay,
that are
great.
tied up on the trees that are still alive, gagged, and are having their blood let from them. You haven't been able to put together that there are dead bodies potentially
Around
in the
me.
mounds. Yeah.
Cool. Then I guess this is going to be a little bit brighter, maybe TBD, than I thought. So if I happen to cast on one of those
alive, people?
giant IV bags,
It'll be fine.
well, happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to do something more casual, but if I'm not actually near any of them, it's a little different.
A little bit. But as you come around, these people are heavily engrossed into their rituals that they're trying to perform. So you're able to kind of make eyes, figure out some sort of plan of attack, but it is certainly a sight to behold. You mentioned IV bags. I don't think we have a bag of blood in your med kit. That seems a little out there.
In my medkit?
Yeah.
No.
That would be kind of heinous to have
I
on
the-
hand.
And I was like, And I don't think you would have taken it from a lab.
No.
2 seconds ago either.
No, the closest thing I would have is I might have a bottle of saline.
It's like exactly the same thing as blood.
Well, I was gonna say I would almost certainly have a bottle of saline solution. I would probably have some hydrogen peroxide, and I think we established I have, and I'm still hoping that I have this right, a bottle of like benzidine. I think that's the one that's like the orange antiseptic shit that was very common. Yeah, those are probably the main things I have. I also have some dyes that are used in experiments to make sure you can track which things are mixing with which things.
True. Yeah, no big blood source there. It does dawn on you, Ivy.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure what the range of this spell is.
You're correct,
You've always been holding and using your own blood.
Mm-hmm.
Could be worth a shot.
You're hopefully picking up what I'm putting down.
Sure thing.
Cool.
I guess more so. You know what? Let's have you roll a power.
Okay.
And see what happens from there. As you reach out and try to start this spell up.
Ooh, power. Oh, that's not as exciting as I thought. I got a 55 on a 70.
That is very exciting. For a 55, doubles,
I thought my power was 55. It was going to be like, blah, but I'm wrong.
But your power is even higher, which means it's a crit success. As you begin to go through these 15 syllables, and you're just kind of reaching out. You know your wounds are covered. You're not really too sure where this blood may come from. With a crit success, do you want to reach the closest tree? Do you want to reach all of the trees? With a crit success, you get choices.
This is not how I was expecting this to go, so I'm just going to go for broke. Let's go for all the trees.
All the trees. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And do you want high or low?
I want high.
Got it.
Yes.
So as you reach out, you can see the blood at the feet of all these trees turn up into a mist. And it definitely kind of pauses the chanting and the rituals, and you can see the blood of these victims also begin to mist, the ones that have at least left the body. You can even see the blood kind of evaporate off of these daggers, and it begins to swirl into the middle and begins to sweep up into a giant cone, and then it creates a fist-size drop of ash that then plummets down, and as soon as it touches the center of these 3 trees, from it erupts a 30-foot spire of flame, and out of it come 6 arms, one in each direction, and then from below comes out just a spherical base, as there is now a 30-foot by 45-foot wide in every direction giant green and blue flamed creature that seems to have various coal eyes floating up and down it as it has absorbed every droplet of blood in an arc in front of you. I'm also going to need you to roll 2d6.
Oh my. I have to get
What's
a whole
D6?
extra D6.
Yeah.
I need everyone else to make a sanity check.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Sorry. That was unplanned.
Ooh, that's a big fail. 87.
Lot 3! I have broken my streak! That's 2
You did it.
succeeds in a roll.
That's incredible.
I'm scared, in fact.
I'm also rolling terrible for this sanity loss for y'all, so if you failed, you're not in too much danger. If you succeeded, you're going to lose 1. If you failed, you're going to lose 3. What did you get on your 2d6 there, Christy?
I got 7 total.
Awesome. You are going to lose 7 points of sanity as
Kind of what I was
you
afraid
cast
of.
this spell. You can actually hear in the back of your brain a very high-pitched cacophony of voices ringing out like a choir of beings that are so excited to be here. And you can feel them kind of just leave out through your mouth with like a warm breath, shoot forward, gather that blood, turn it to dust, make it into ash, drop it down, open the portal, and there's probably 30 or 40 sentient flame creatures that are making up this gigantic form. You can also hear cry out in the back of your mind. Dawn has a searing pain that goes through. You're also going to lose 3 points of willpower, as this is incredibly draining on your body.
Oopsie.
Oh shit.
There's another stat you can lose.
Yeah,
I mean,
forgot
but,
all
like,
about willpower.
Just,
Mhm.
I mean, it's not like we're doing this next week. May as well just spend it. Let's go.
Go all
Spend
in.
it.
Go all in.
Pretty much it.
That also just reminded me that I am also down for my OG willpower, and that makes me concerned.
What's the worst that can happen?
I mean, what happened last time? Somebody wound up in space. Somebody wound up in the Wild West.
And everybody else was dead.
Yeah. So, like, it's totally fine.
So as you're all kind of coming around the corner, this gigantic inferno of a creature is formed, and immediately 2 arms come to each of the people that are doing these rituals, and they just try to completely engulf and rend and like burn them through. The small, timid girl who seemed like she was formerly crying while doing this ritual is just immediately incinerated with a high-pitched scream, and it just ends up lighting up into a pyre, and her axe, or the makings of her axe, falls to the ground and then shrivels back to maybe a 12-inch long stick of just a normal branch before it burns up in the fire too. The gentleman, who seemed to be a bit more timid but following along, is hit out of the way and goes maybe 30, 40 feet, seems to be unconscious and on fire. And the big, burly guy with the predominant axe that seemed to be the most form is able to dive, slide out of the way, and runs over to his fallen comrade and plunges his axe head through his head into his spine, begins to chant, pulls it out, and an arc of blood comes almost like a perfect rainbow back onto the head of the axe where it finishes forming. And we're going to start off with the top of the initiative order.
Before we do that, and I'm sorry because I know this truncates myself, there was a lot of screaming that just happened. Do I need to roll for that? Because
give us a power roll, as the screaming isn't so much what you hear, it's the sudden combustion around you. Also, all of you except for Dawn and Ivie feel incredibly hot. You want to cover your eyes, you want to go anywhere else, you would love to remove your clothes. It feels like you're in an oven.
You said a power roll?
Power roll.
That is a 55 on an 80, which is a critical success.
Dope. For this encounter, you will not need to roll again for loud noises.
God bless.
Yeah, you are good. You like narrow in. You kind of just have that like small tinnitus ring in your ears alongside. You're completely focused on the light jingling of the very lightweight bracelets on your.
Yep, I just keep rolling them.
Yeah, now you're not going to have to roll when you fire your own gun.
Thank God, that was a thing I was exceedingly worried about.
Yeah, no, you are absolutely good there. And this is going to bring up our fastest member, Bryce.
I just like look around for any one of my friends. So, the guy or the tree? What are we shooting?
Guy with the axe! Guy with the axe!
Fuck! And Bryce runs down to like get a better angle on the guy.
Yeah, sure. You're able to like sidestep around kind of the tree, and you're able to draw your gun on him.
And yeah, I want to shoot. And I want to. Is a called shot gonna make me waste a turn here?
A called shot will make it more difficult to land the shot. Aiming would give you a bonus, but you wouldn't get to attack this round. So, like, if you wanted to intentionally try to shoot him in the head, you can do so. It'll be at a minus 20%. If you want to shoot him in the lower half, it would be like minus 10. It kind of depends on how much of an ace shot you want to do. If you're like, I want to hit him in the eyeball, minus 4.
It's a pretty ace shot. I'm like, I want to directly bisect both of his wrists with one shot to disarm this motherfucker. What would be my difficulty check for that, Mark? Don't tell me. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
Just spray.
Minus
Yeah.
40.
Spray.
Go for that motherfucker.
It'll be 10. It'll be a 10%.
Spray.
It's
Yeah,
not like
no,
we're fucking
I'm
doing it next week.
But also, he is human. If you
Yeah.
put him full of bullets, he can't really hold anything.
I mean, he's got a full axe. We already know if you're holding the axe, they're not human. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna shoot him normally.
They're not human.
I was there when he told you to pad your stats when you held the axe.
It's true. Go ahead and roll.
Damn it!
What just happened?
The 91.
I looked away for a second and I hear a thump and a damn it.
Oh, boy.
91. It's not a crit,
Okay.
but it's not a good shot either.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, you let out a burst, and the kickback of an automatic weapon definitely surprises you. And yeah, just bullets kind of arc around his beam. That is going to bring up Ivie.
Maybe.
Ivie. You feel exhausted. You feel somewhat violated by what was 30 sentient creatures gleefully coming out for destruction. Yeah, you feel real drained and very powerful. You also feel a little cool. Like, as in
Well, as long as I
temperature,
feel cool.
there is a roaring flame in front of you, and it
Right,
feels
yeah.
like a soft breeze. Whereas everyone else is wincing from the pain and looking away from the giant inferno that sits before them, which is of blue-green flames speckled with black floating coal.
Fun.
It's a weird time.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it is a weird time. I don't, and I've got a flamethrower to add flame to the flame, which is pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much all I got in my wisdom arsenal at the mo. So I guess we're gonna move a little bit closer and fire that bad boy up, since I have no idea what the range is on a flamethrower.
Sure thing. Based on where first dude got hit, him running around, you would be able to get close enough. So yeah, go ahead and roll a Dex ×5 check to see if you can point it in the correct direction and judge about how far it'll throw. But yeah, you're able to pull the trigger and basically it just begins shooting out this burst of gas forward, and you're able to hold it there for about 3 seconds, kind of begin to wiggle it in their direction to see if you can catch them on fire.
Cool. I got a 12 out of 65.
That will do it justice. And they will not be able to dodge. Yeah. You can see begins to like try to like leap for cover and ends up just not. It's real wet where he is. Roll 2d10, please. And tell me what the percentile of that
2d10.
is.
I have that.
So roll
got all of
percentile
these
and tell me what
dice.
the digits would be.
They would be a 26.
26. Okay, so he is not completely outright killed, for this is a lethal weapon, but it will deal 8 points of damage because you're going to add the digits together.
2 and 6.
Yep.
Imprinted.
Which is a significant amount as he begins to scream, for he is on fire.
Lady Bedivere, thank you for gifting that sub to Alpha Shrub.
The most alpha of shrubs.
Do you want to know something stupid, Zep? That one I read totally wrong.
I'm
You thought it was
vindicated.
You thought it was
That
like
one I was like-
alpha shrub?
Alpha Ash.
Nestor was-
Exactly. That's the one that I was like, Lady Bedivere, thanks for giving a tier 1 sub to Alpha Shrub. You
Dude,
must really like barbecue.
Pylos was about to be like, God, you're so stupid. That's not how you say it.
And then when you said Alpha Shrub, I was like, oh, yeah, that's probably right.
I mean, to be fair, that was supposed to be anonymous anyway, so IDK, whatever.
Idiot.
Look, I know my limitations as a podcast editor.
So yes,
so funny.
you're able to point your flamethrower in the general direction. You feel the burst of gas shoot forward. It ignites a nice bright orange flame that shoots out about 15 feet, 12 feet away, which is this big bald man carrying this large formed axe. As the handle begins to disappear into a clear filament, he ignites as well as the axe on fire for 8 points of damage, and this will bring up Gwen.
I'm gonna just spray everything with my machine gun. Gwen, unfortunately, has just resigned herself to the fact that nothing matters anymore. So, yeah, just gonna do a full spray.
Full spray of the entire clearing or towards the guy with the axe?
I'm gonna point it toward the guy at the axe.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure, because when you say full spray, that could be, I'm going to just do a 180 arc and let as many bullets fly as possible, which is a thing you can do in this game,
No.
but you will have zero control of where those bullets go.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna direct it toward him, but I'm not gonna like call a shot or anything.
Yeah, sure thing. Go ahead and roll a firearms.
Okay. Let's see if these dice have not yet betrayed me tonight. Oh, nope. Nope.
A whiff, not a critical whiff, but a whiff.
Not a critical whiff, but yeah. Definitely did not
Yeah.
make that.
Kickback of a machine gun is much more than you anticipated.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not just one, it's a couple all at the same time, not quite braced, and they go quite high. But the gunshots ring out. He is quite afraid now that there is a flamethrower, a flame monster, and multiple gunshots have been fired at him.
Apu, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. You are a fucking legend.
Which one is it?
Both.
That is going to bring up, though, next in the initiative order, Damian.
It's like, I'm pretty sure there's only one of me.
I have four
No,
initiative
that's what you
orders in here
think.
from previous engagements.
Right.
Greer
Until I
doesn't
do the
need to
haka.
be here anymore.
Kale Surprise.
I will take my flamethrower. Sorry. Remind me what's in front of me.
You have a
Two-
flamethrower.
Yeah.
Just
But
in
Oh,
front
yeah.
of you, there are 3 trees which have 6 people tied to them individually. So a total of 18 people that have been bound and tortured. In the center of that, spanning the entire gap between them, is a 30-foot pillar of fire that has
Right.
6 arm-like structures coming out of it. It is a mixture of blue and green flames with floating coal throughout it, and then towards the base, basically filling up the entire gap in between the tree is just a giant base of fire that curves up to the bottom of the spire that has all of these arms kind of like flailing out and grabbing things. One
And each
person
of
was
the people are dead,
incinerated with
right?
a clap. The ones that are on the tree, or the ones that
Yeah.
are doing the ritual?
Ones that are on
Actually
the tree.
taking a look at the tree, the ones that are on the outsides of the tree seem to be in immense pain. So there's maybe 2 people on the outside of each tree. The other 4 on the other sides, the 2 towards the middle, you can see just skeletons now that have like fallen forward. The other 2, I guess all of the ropes would have been snapped then. So
Yeah.
on the outside of the trees, 2 people fall forward from each tree, and the other 4 fall and just begin to immolate and turn into skeletons quite quickly.
What's lame sauce? Because I don't want to shoot a flamethrower at flames, right? Like,
You did see kind of a wave of something come out from the outstretched arms of Ivie that started all of this. It attacked the 3 people making rituals, one of which was swiped away, unconscious and on fire. The big bald guy who was able to slide out of the way immediately ran over to his compatriot who was also doing a ritual, stabbed him through the top of the head, through the spine, whipped out his impromptu axe, or spear at that point, and then the arc of blood that came out of him finished the axe head.
okay, I will just
He's
take
been shot at twice and flamethrowered once.
I will take the flamethrower to home, dude.
Sure thing. Yeah, you're able to slide slightly down the mountain. You kind of come in next to Ivie, who's also shot off her flamethrower, and are able to let loose. Go ahead and roll a dexterity ×5. So your dex score should be between 1 and 20.
Yep. Doesn't really matter. Got a 90.
It does matter because it's not a critical
55.
failure. Yeah, but it's not a critical failure with a flamethrower you've never used before. You are able to hold down the trigger, and it was held a bit low, so you light a nice path between you and him, but the fire doesn't quite reach him. Started off a little bit too low, and by the time you raised it up, it seems like the canister of fuel that was shot forward has ran out. The trigger, you can fill that kind of small canister underneath begin to fill back up. Dawn is going to see dude with axe and immediately starts just like chasing the skies with his eyes and just whipping back and forth, pulls up one of the guns and begins to just fire into the air at like nearly a 90-degree angle straight up, and is going to make connection with one of the things flying around in the air. Oh, and there we go. It's at this point Dawn lets out a burst into the air. Think they're both here. And with all of the flame and the chaos around, you can see now 2 large 10-foot shades just kind of in the air that have been circling around. It's actually much easier to see that they're in the area as they clash in mid-air against each other, causing just a very strange sound. It's this, like, droplet of water magnified 1,000-fold, and it just kind of spreads out throughout the area, and you can see all of the flames in the area get just a little smaller and then come back up as you can just taste salt air into the water, or salt water in the air now. And we're going to bring up Axe Dude, who now has the axe, is going to start chanting to himself Ooh. And which song is he gonna sing?
It's a shanty.
It is a shanty. He is going to start yelling out above all of it now that he's on fire. He's gonna like try and pat himself down, but you can hear him chanting, "Here they come, zooming to meet our thunder. Atom boys, give her the gun. Down we dive, spouting our flame from under. Off with one hell of a roar. We live in fame or go down in flame." And then sets the axe and just slams it into the ground as the earth erupts, as just a line of fire starts to come out into a cone towards your group and begins shooting up into the air. If you guys would like to dive out of the way, you may make a dodge, because this is at the top of the initiative order.
I'll just take it. I'm kidding.
Cool.
I'm kidding. Well, it's not going to matter. 74 and a 60.
Hmm. 31 on a 30.
I hate everything.
71 on a 50.
Mark's like, I didn't want to have to kill you guys all now, but y'all suck.
No, it's fine.
99.
Beamed it.
Oh
99.
no!
The
Yes.
worst
Someone's
critical fail
Yes.
available.
Look,
99.
Sick. So I rolled pretty bad for damage for normal people. So for those of you that failed normally, you will be taking 6 points of damage as
Not even.
this sudden burst of like gas shoots up from underneath you, like raising the hair in front of your face, and then it immediately ignites from above you and then back down into the ground as the earth begins to like shake and quake underneath you. And then for Alandra, you are going to be taking 12 points of damage.
I'm dead. I only have 11 hit points. I'm dead.
one hit quit.
I love it. Other question for you. Would you like to be Dawn,
Yeah.
Agent Miklos,
Or a
Or-
ghost.
or the fire entity in the center of the trees?
Apu got her wish. You are dead.
That's a fucking hard call. Wow. Okay. I will play Agent Miklos.
Great. Let me assign this character sheet to you.
Thank you.
How do you spell that?
Miklos.
TARGET.
4321Z. That's how they pronounce their first name.
Look, I expected this to happen all of our last Delta Green session. I had a second character rolled up and ready to go, and now it's just coming back around to me. So
You should now have a second character sheet.
I am waiting for it to load. Yep, I see it.
Anything that is blank, you can fill out. If you would like to give them an actual name rather than just their agent name, you may. And yeah, you have Agent Miklos at your disposal. Your current location is actually about 2 blocks back from the mansion. You have multiple radios at your belt, and sitting in your lap is a completely blank clipboard. It has 5 pieces of paper on it, all of which are completely blank. And as you look down to it, you can see bright blue and black ink appear. It is a bright blue background of ink, and then black ink scribbles across it in very elegant handwriting. And across it, it just says, "One of the 5 have fallen. You should initiate. Immense flames. Proceed with caution. One axe has been formed." And then it completely swipes away, and there left behind is just a small image of the gray alien head, except this time in blue with the big black eyes, and then a wink from one of the eyes. It fades away, and you just chuckle to yourself. Best partner you've ever had. As for
Let's go.
Gwen, though, A terrible scream emerges as everyone else is able to dive out of, or somewhat out of the way, is actually able to stay on the ground. There is something about when you jump and you're still in the air, you have more surface area than everyone else, and the flames just hit you hotter. And in a puff of red, orange, and then suddenly blue, you fall to the ground, just a crisp of your former self. And Dawn is actually able to get clear of the bass. So that's good that I also gave you that option before seeing if they were also dead.
Rock on, Dawn.
Cool. Oh, need to double check how much of a toll this takes on Baldy. He, plants the axe, an eruption of flame shoots in an arc. The entire hillside is now smoldering in various places. Even part of the house has been caught on fire. And as he brings the axe back up out of the ground, he definitely wavers a bit and catches himself with the axe. Can I get everyone who is at this location sanity roll? There's 1, crazy spell. 2, a crazy spell that just took one of your lives.
Well, Gwen, you don't have to do you don't have to sanity check anymore.
No, you good.
Not until you get over here.
One thing. I'll just add it to your sheet.
Got a 13 out of 36.
Okay, you're good. Well, sorry. You're good. You're going to lose 1 point of sanity for a success.
I was going to say, that's unlikely.
Yeah, no. It's still going to take its toll.
Good is a relative term.
That brings up our people in the air have already done it. That brings us to the top again with Bryce.
Yeah, I think that Bryce just sees Gwen get obliterated and has to pause for a second. And
you definitely catch yourself from hurling as the smell of just a massive amount of burnt hair and flesh hits your nose. There's that slight gag that also brings you back to the moment of, oh, that could be me soon.
Yeah, and Bryce just probably scoots to the side to get an angle on Axe Guy, and because that is the threat. The Cardinal and Nikki are fighting up there. And I'm gonna take another burst.
Roll that firearms.
Fuck, it's a 65 on a fucking not 65. That's a 40.
Yeah, your hands are shaken. It is not the gun's kickback this time. These are your nerves being tested. You thought you had killed someone at the start of this day. You know that someone you know has perished now, and it has rattled those hands that are usually so steady. Ivie, you are up. You can feel the next gas chamber on your small handheld flamethrower begin to fill up again, ready for another burst. You've seen one of your compatriots ignite into flame, and you can hear the small childish laugh echoed 20 or 30 times by the being you've created. It's just sheer joy of fire spreading.
Little baby. Can I communicate with them? Like I can communicate with Dawn?
You can hear them.
In my headspace?
Yeah. You hear what feels like you know what they're saying and know what they're doing. It's definitely not English. It's definitely not words. But you can feel joy, giddiness, excitement from the spreading of flames upon the perishing of your friend from these crazy little things.
Right, but I can't direct them.
Not so much. They seem to know what your intent was. They immediately attacked the people doing the sacrifice, or during doing the ritual. They also happen to take out 12 of the 18 alive victims in their spawning, so...
Well...
Maybe they're completely on your side, maybe they're just beings of chaos.
Some of
that'll
that
anything
was
to
my
fuel.
fault. It's fine. Cool beans. Going to just do a double check to see if any of my other party members are up.
Dawn doesn't seem to be
Yeah.
as singed as yourself, Damian, and Bryce do. But they are up. They seem a little worse for wear. You can see Bryce's hand shaking as he lets out another burst towards the bald man on one knee with the axe, who's trying to bring it back up over his head.
Okay. Just gonna follow suit then. And fire away.
Go, go, go.
That is a, what was it? It was Dex. That's a
Yeah,
65. 65 on a 65.
That is considered a critical success.
Nice.
So, the dope thing about a crit success with a lethal weapon, I believe it outright kills. I want to double check it, but my thing's not loading, so I'm pretty sure that's what I'm going to run with.
I think you are correct.
So
From
yeah, you
my
yeah,
knowledge. GG.
Yeah, for this one, you can kind of anticipate what the stream does, and you're able to squirt the stream, and you do like a half trigger that starts the stream, hits him right in the face, like with a water gun super soaker, and then you finally pull down the full trigger, and that's what causes the spark and bursts forward this flame. So a puff of fire starts and then trails all the way and gets into his open mouth, and just from the shoulders up is just completely incinerated as he just drops to his knees and fall forward as just the top half of him very quickly burns up, and you can just see a writhing skeleton head as just flesh melts from his bones and he falls over. Axe now in the leaves. For the three of you that are remaining, significant threat has just been vanquished. Roll a d4 and gain that back insanity.
Heyo.
There is a small boost of morale here.
Oh yeah. Well, I only got
D4
one
and get
sanity
that
back.
Sanity?
Yeah.
Shit, I'm up on sanity for the day.
How many? I don't remember where I started. I might be up by 1 now.
There you go.
TBD. Don't remembers.
You already hit a breaking point though, so like who cares?
Yeah, well, I was only 1 point away from a breaking point. It really wasn't that magical.
But yes, man with the axe is now down, and you can hear from above you 2 different, very distinct screams. One of which is incredibly low and guttural. The other one sounds otherworldly. So there's a big baritone just of that echoes out, and then the other one sounds like a color presenting itself. It is hard to understand. It is not a pitch that you have heard, but there is something about the actions of the axe being dropped that has hurt both of the things that are in the air. That brings us up to... I keep losing my initiative order. This would be Damian.
A baritone.
That's because your initiative order keeps changing.
True.
If you would stop killing people.
Sorry if Zep already asked this, but what happened to Gwen's machine gun?
It is on the ground next to her. It is surrounded by smoldering leaves.
I will. I assume the flamethrower is on some sort of shoulder harness strap.
So the flamethrower is actually more of a handheld. It seems to have a slightly larger canister at the bottom, and then a slightly smaller canister that will fill up and then jettison it out. and that is kind of like next to the handle. So it's kind of like you have your 2 tanks next to it, and then you have your handle igniting shooting device like right on the other side. You kind of have to use it right-handed because that's how it's built. But it's almost kind of like a weed sprayer in configuration. But this one happens to cause an ignition and spray out some very flammable liquid.
Okay. Well, I'm still going to run up and grab the machine gun. Just in case, and see if I can get a better look at what's making these sounds.
Sure thing. Go ahead and give me an alertness.
I haven't. Hot 6.
Awesome. Yeah, you can see 2 shapes up above. It's a little hard because they're both moving incredibly fast, but you are able to start kind of tracing them and see where they are. One is definitely much more big and solid, whereas the other one is just moving fast enough in such a strange way that it looks like one big circular sphere. But with your spot, you're able to kind of see that it seems to be lots of little things thrashing about wildly, almost like a helicopter blade.
How far did you say they were?
In the air, I didn't, so they would probably be about 55, 60 feet up in the air.
And the rest of the party doesn't see these. I do because I saw them.
Dawn has
Right,
spotted
for sure.
them and took a fire and took a shot at them. They're just up in the air, kind of clashing periodically.
Okay.
But Dawn did kind of shoot up into the air and point towards them. And you also all heard a big wet thump that was able to
Right.
like put down some of the fire, and then it came back up.
Okay, I'll just put down the flamethrower and... No, that's a bad choice. Actually, I take that back. I will run back to this because I have a very, very poor firearms. I will just go back to the rest of the group and ask Dawn what the hell is that? Are those things?
Cardinal, Bear.
Can't we just wait for them to, like, one of them to kill each other?
I guess.
And then I'll kind of turn and look at Ivie and Bryce. What are you thinking here?
Well,
Burn the
if what-
fucking axe.
If what the agent said is correct, then we can technically let one kill the other. The one that remains is going to become more powerful. We might need the axe to kill it.
Okay. Well, then I will just walk up and drop a load of flamethrower on the axe.
Cool.
Since there's one on the floor, right?
Yeah. Wait. Quick point of order. You said that when that axe was like dropped and damaged, that it looked like it hurt both of the big bads, right?
Correct.
Great.
There was definitely a significant noise you heard from both of them as this gentleman's head was engulfed in flame, and then he dropped down lifeless. And upon his release of the axe, you heard strange noises from above you.
Great.
Yeah, light it up. Go ahead and roll 2d10
then-
for damage on your flamethrower. You don't even need to roll to attack. It's an inanimate
Oh,
object.
okay, cool. That's good because I just rolled like shoot. What did you say? 2d10?
Yeah, 2d10.
10.
Nice. Yeah, this axe is completely engulfed in flame and is immediately start to cracking and splinter. And up atop from you, you can hear cracking and splintering almost echoed out through both of the entities. And what's also strange is that at this point you realize this is the only sound you can hear. There should be crackling up and down this mountain with the amount of small fires that have now spread and started. There should be, the sounds of the 6 survivors like clawing and trying to run away as fast as possible. All you can hear, though, is the crackling of this axe, as well as magnifying crackling from up top. And this axe breaks, splinters, and burns up to ash before you.
Cardinal dies.
Is
And
my
we
turn
all
over?
go
Because
home
if so, then
happy.
if not, then I'm just gonna keep blasting this thing. With...
Yeah, no, your turn is over. You get the one.
Are you sure?
I am sure. Yeah, and it's at this point too that both of them kind of come crashing to the ground a bit. You can now see the bear-like creature. One of the arms has turned to ash and has fallen completely off. You can see in between all of the various wood paneling that should be making it up is now smoldering and cracked in various places, almost like when a tree is burning on the inside but not the out. And there comes crashing down the cardinal, no longer kind of an arrow with a base, but is now just a seething ball of vines that are red, metallic, and glowing with embers that are just thrashing about. And towards the center, you can see at some point just little flashes of the bright yellow rippling core that once invoked fear in all of you. Agent Miklos. Another small update comes across. Axe Bearer has fallen. Axe destroyed. Seems to have caused immense pain in both rogue agents. Engage. And yeah, you are in a car, maybe 200 feet away. And yeah, you are more than able to floor it and get over there this round.
Absolutely. I'm gonna floor it. I'm gonna pull up right in front of the house. I assume that's the street I'm on, where I know that this is going down. I will throw things in a park. I will leave my keys in the ignition and leave a door open for a quick getaway.
Sure thing.
I will head down the back path.
Excellent. Coming through that back path, you see that the front door has been completely blown off. You can see the back door is ajar. You can see as you come out, 2 people off into the far right, just covered in burns, covered full of holes, trying to run up the hill and up to the fence as far away as they can. You see one person off.
We
to
are
the left.
getting a raid! -1 charisma. What is up, guys? Welcome in, everybody watching right now. If you have not followed -1 Cha yet, you should go take 1 second out of your day. Go give them a follow. Give us the highlight of your campaign. What was the dumbest thing one of your players did in this campaign of your session? That's what I really want to know.
That's a good one.
But welcome in, guys. We are the Torpid Gaming Network. We are a variety channel. We are live 5 days a week, and today on Tuesday we are experiencing the finale of our Delta Green campaign. We are in the middle of the fight against the big bads. Welcome in. We're about to kick their ass. We've already had 1 player death, so why not go for 2? Fuck it. Why not go for 2? There's a
Wow.
thing.
Oh, what's up, -1 charisma?
Solid.
Nailed it.
Oh, wow.
First try. There was a thing that looked dangerous. They got close, and then it was inside of them. Yeah,
That happens.
Nice.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
just
sounds
sounds
about
like sounds like another Tuesday. Well, welcome, guys. That's incredible.
Okay, so I am running.
Guns
this
akimbo.
background. Yep.
Yeah, you run into the backyard. You can see that there are fires spreading all throughout this backyard. The
Okay.
hedges that other people had seen have just been completely blown back, knocked down. You definitely keep an eye out, and you can see a 30-foot tall blue-green creature with like lashing out arms, 6 of them in every which direction, that is now just kind of encroaching and wrapping around these trees and is just bringing down this site known as Grove 5. Off to the left, you can see a man just burned from the chest up that is now just skeleton. And next to him, Damian has a flamethrower and is torching an axe. Far off to your left, far off to your right, you can see the victims that have survived this ritual who are covered in various degrees of burns, trying to run as far away and as panicked as possible, which will be a problem for another day. But right now, you can see descending from the sky and then crashing down to the earth, a one-armed, 9-foot-tall wooden bear that seems to be ignited from fire on the inside, that has axes for claws on its one remaining arm, as well as just a big bundle of red metallic vines thrashing about in a giant death ball, maybe 30 feet apart and just 20 feet past these college kids that were to investigate this site for you.
I am going to take out my submachine gun and aim it at the bear and the creature it is engaged with, and I will just shout to these poor hapless kids, "I need you to run!" and start firing.
Sounds good. Go ahead and roll a firearms, which I believe is going to be quite good because you have a combat background now.
Better
suddenly, as not a college student, but a middle-aged agent of the agency.
Yep.
You have real stats.
That was a 47 on a 60.
You're so good at
Yeah.
things.
Dope. Yeah, you totally hit. Go ahead and roll 2d10 for me. And just let me know the total damage. In a strange way, you don't get lethal rolls on these two entities.
That's not that surprising, but I'll still accept it. That one is cocked, so let me roll another. That is a 10 total.
Nice. So you are able to do quick math. There we go. Yeah, you start your burst and drag it from the bear towards the mess of vines that you thought you had put past you 20 years ago when you read a very strange report of one of your hometown, and you're able to just spray on down. Tons of bullets hit the backside of this bear, but in that split instance too, you can see that ball of vines seem to quiver and shake and reel in on itself and then pop back out before your spread gets there, and then you coat it with another shelling of bullets. That will bring up Dawn. Dawn hasn't done a thing yet. What is Dawn gonna do? Okay, yeah, no. Dawn sees the giant mess of balls and sees the yellowish thing with inside of it and is going to try and slap their hands together one more time as they let out their spell for the second time in their life.
Dawn.
You see Dawn slap their hands together. Nothing happens, and then as Dawn separates the hands, you can just see Dawn begin to turn into ash from the fingertips, and then going up both of the arms, covering the head, and then melting down the torso. But as the torso begins to drift away, there is just a torso-sized ball of compressed blue and green energy that then shoots forward and blasts the big sprawling ball that is known as the Cardinal, and is going to hit it for, let's see if you can do some better damage. Much better, as it hits for 25 points of damage this time around. Quick math, there we go. as it just sends this giant last beam of entirely Dawn's essence, as Dawn rolled a 99 on their spell.
Oh no.
Crit fail. So they are taking maximum damage for the effort that needs to be committed for this, which is 5 more hit points than they had, completely destroying their physical form. However,
pour one out for the
damage.
homie.
So their entire life force is consumed in this blast that just shoots forward, dealing 3d20 of fire magical damage straight to the core of this creature, and has flaming vines shooting off in multiple directions. The yellow core turns more orangey and shimmers and spreads out, and is constantly now not just the pooling ripple, almost like an opal, but is now just being spiked out almost to like a sea urchin within inside of it. It is reeling in pain and causing the strangest of notes to echo out throughout the entire backyard that is now caught on flames. And for a brief second, you can hear all of the crackling fires that are around you, and then that noise comes back past you, back into the core of this, as all of the sound dampens again in the area around you. Dawn is removed from the initiative.
That's V sad.
He said, I need a sanity check from all of you as you see Dawn completely immolate themselves and turn their entire life essence into a ball of energy. I love that face, Christy.
No, I did fine. I did a 25, and like I'm kind of sad about that because I feel like if anybody is going to be impacted by this, it'd be Ivie, who just had a voice drop out of her head in, I assume, a scream. I don't know. But I guess not. Guess she's really dead inside now. Cool.
Does that include me for the sanity check? Just
They're
checking.
going to include you for the sanity check. You've seen a lot. You've never seen someone turn themselves into a fireball and cease to exist.
Groovy. I passed, so it's fine. I just wanted to verify.
Cool. Bryce, what's that face?
That's a 77 on a 65.
That's a crit fail.
That's not a good roll. That's not
crit
a good
fail.
roll.
Crit fail, you are going to lose 8 points of sanity.
I'm breaking pointed. Okay.
Nice. I don't even know what to give you yet. What you got over there for me, Palos?
Well, my dice show a 400. 40.
Nice.
Yeah, I passed 40 on a 54.
Excellent. For those of you that passed, you are still going to lose 3 points of sanity.
God, Mark, I just got them back.
Dude. Yeah, and you... Okay, so you lost a teammate, you then struck back, and now you've lost another teammate, and there are two gigantic things in front of you.
And you're doing great.
Real... You're nailing it. Zep, the fun, crazy thing that you are going to get out of this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You are going to get megalomania. You have seen everyone around you fall, and you are still here, and you can bring this W back.
I'm a god.
You are a god.
I'm a fucking god.
The people around you are mortals. You're bringing this dub back. You are going to save the extinguishing program from going off and annihilating the San Francisco Peninsula. You are going to take down the Cardinal. You are going to take down that bear. Everything around you, if it resists, you're going right through it because you're bringing that dub.
Oh, yeah. No. And I think, is it Bryce's turn right now? I think it might be, actually.
Sure thing. Also, heads up, you are impossible to interact with anyone using charisma, bureaucracy, disguise, persuade, psychotherapy, or human intelligence. So, fun fact, you can't read people because you no longer think you're a person. For you are a god.
I'm a fucking god. Yeah.
Oh,
It's like a hype.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
H.
Bryce.
Christ.
So Bryce, Bryce sees Don Parrish. Obviously, fucking second string for sure. And he's just gonna run over and grab the flamethrower off of Don's smoldering ashes.
Don does not have a flamethrower. He has a machine gun. Ivie and Damian both have a flamethrower.
Never mind. Damn. So okay, then Bryce is just gonna take. He's just gonna take the gun and just run straight at the cardinal, specifically at the core,
and
just try his.
You
fucking
coward! I thought you were a god. You have the arm of a god. You are the right hand of God. You will strike death upon anyone you touch.
You're right. A fucking starter would never use something as shitty as a gun. He fucking.
Dude, the gun hasn't done shit for you yet. This gun is a tool of mortals.
Yeah, he takes the gun and throws it because it's only going to slow him down, and he just runs and just punches the fucking shit out of the core of the cardinal with his right arm of God.
Hells yeah! I want you to roll an athletics for that, or unarmed, whatever is higher for you. I actually don't know for you.
Athletics, probably athletics. Oh no, actually unarmed. Unarmed is.
Yeah, man. Going for that punch, do it.
That is a 66. Wait, no. Actually
99? Is it upside down?
No, it was a it was a 69 on a 60.
That's rough, buddy.
It's totally rough. It's 100% super rough.
Yeah, you're able to like just bring the haymaker in, and as you're coming, the vines definitely like shelter it, and you're able to punch those vines all the way in, and you can feel an icy coldness just on the other side of your knuckles as it then repels your arm back out and slides you back like 2 or 3 feet. It was able to defend itself, but man, it felt like absolute zero inside that thing. And as you pull your hand out, you can just see a layer of frost over your knuckles that wipes away. You're like, oh shit, I might have punched fast enough to render physics obsolete.
I just transcended it. I just transcended physics.
Yeah. God, man.
I'm a god.
But you might be going up against another god. It crosses your path, but this is a game worthy of your W.
All right.
Ivie, you just saw some crazy shit. You saw one compatriot go down in flames. Question: what is your new dexterity, Alandra? Forgot about that part.
I believe it is a 12. Let me double check.
Cool.
It is a 12.
Oh, I wrote this down already. Anyway.
Which is only one less than my previous dex, so that's fine.
Matters. Ivie, yeah. You just saw Bryce double take from Dawn's disappearance, throw his gun over his shoulder, and just start like huffing it, just mean mugging the ball of vines that is the cardinal, and he just plunges his entire arm into it and then is spit back out and slides 2 or 3 feet away.
I mean, I think he's got this covered.
Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna carry on forward. More fun, more fire.
Keep it going.
Oofed up. Wait, I'm never throwing out these dice. I got another 65.
On a 65.
Wow.
On a 65.
Wow.
What are you setting on fire?
The thing that Bryce just tried to punch.
The
punched
cardinal.
it good enough.
Excellent.
Yes. The cardinal, yes. I don't remember who's up anymore.
Yeah. The cardinal, the bear who seems to be smoldering from the inside and only has its right claw. The left claw fell and disintegrated away at some point. But yeah, The bear, Bryce, and the cardinal are in this weird triangle about 10, 15 feet apart from each other. And yeah, you're able to like slide on down that hill a little bit more, get close enough to the cardinal, and light it up. Go ahead and roll 2d10 of fire damage.
That's 13 total.
13. Yeah, this cardinal begins to just twitch and spasm within itself as it seems like something on the inside has caught fire, and it seems to be reaching in and trying to like put itself out, and is now just starting to like spiral almost like a top that's out of control that's about to go down, and is now just thrashing about and just trying to grab onto anything that it can. Agent, you are up. One of these damned kids just tried to punch the cardinal, and then the other one came up from the other side and scorched it. It is spasming out like you would not believe. And at the same time, you can also see the fire within the bear begin to spread ever so more. It is your turn, Alandra.
Sorry, who? Me?
You are up. You saw one crazy kid try and punch it, then you saw another one use that flamethrower to good use as it just ignites the cardinal up. It is spasming and twitching, rolling around like a top with no base, and will, yeah, it is your action. There is just strange noises emitting from every which direction now.
All right. I think I'm just going to scream again. You need to get out while you can, and keep firing.
Go ahead and roll for your shooty shoots.
That's a 23 on a 60.
That will hit. Go ahead and roll 2d10. And I assume you want to do a spread that covers both of them again?
Yep.
Cool.
That is 9 total.
Great. Same thing again. You hit the bear, you can see another like singe inside of the God, it's so close. Another singe inside of the cardinal as it begins to spasm, and then it just kind of freezes in place, and it almost looks like a giant picturesque statue of geometric shapes. It is just angles on angles, lines upon lines, and it ends up just creating this gigantic spike ball with just dozens of repeating geometric shapes inside of it, and there in the center is now just a very still orange center to its core.
I will in fact turn to the remaining kids and just be like, now's your chance, get out if you want.
Damian. The bear is down to a knee. Holes have gone completely through the backside of it. It is just reaching and trying to like limp towards the cardinal. The cardinal completely still now, almost like a picturesque statue of odd shapes. It's difficult to look at, but you can still see clearly to the center of it. Just an orange sphere.
Man. I want to fucking run. But then I'd be letting down Gwen. And Dawn, but, you know, Dawn.
I mean, they're not
Neither of them will know.
Yeah. What are they going to do about
would
it?
want you to live, motherfucker.
I think that's Damian kind of turns to the other and goes, "You guys, if it's time to leave, we should leave."
Gonna hightail it?
I'm gonna look at Ivie's face and then look at Bryce's face.
Bryce doesn't even acknowledge you.
Ivy will.
Maniac.
Yeah, he's lost it. I mean, she'll look at you like, I've got, I don't know how many shots left in this thing, but
you can feel definitely the flamethrower. The last of the fuel from the bottom seems to have been pressed up to the last chamber. You're on your last shot, which I believe would be your fourth.
Okay. Fine, then I will turn and shoot my flamethrower as well at
Bear or Cardinal?
the Cardinal.
Nope. Go ahead and roll to hit. Get that juicy flame streak in there.
$47 on a 55.
Dope. Yeah, you nail it. You coat it. You finally pull down that trigger. It ignites. It goes forward, and from within all these shapes, that glowing orb is just completely immersed in flame. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay, 2d10, right? Seven.
Excellent. Yeah, with that,
I'm rolling shit.
with
For damage anyway.
with that, a burst of perfectly round energy shoots back out, cutting the top half and the cardinal, the top half and bottom half of the cardinal in two, and the top half just kind of pops up into the air perfectly still. The bottom is just pressed into the ground and just dissipates into salt water, and then the top half just off into dust, into the air, a red, silvery metallic, and from that energy burst, just comes back on itself, back through, and just a plane of energy cuts across this entire bottom field. I'm going to need a dodge from everyone who's around here.
The gods need to dodge.
most
And
of
do you
all.
want to prove you're immortal or not? Because you don't have to duck. Your godlike instincts instruct you to.
I failed, but not shittily.
Cool.
I succeeded, a 52 and a 60.
Noise.
25 on a 30.
Both of you are able to hit the deck. Nestor, you dealt 7 points of damage. You're going to take 7 points of damage back as this wave of energy just hits you across the chest.
I'm dead.
You're dead? So it doesn't just hit
That's
you across
0.
the chest and move around you. It hits you on the chest, and your
Holy
top
fuck.
half just ascends up as well and just immediately evaporates as your bottom half is left behind. The bear also gets hit by it, completely split in half. You can see the top half of the bear come up, dissipate, and then just the head of Nikki falls to the ground next to the lower torso that then just sinks into the ground, leaving behind an axe head. Agent, did you also pass your dodge?
I failed.
You failed. You will be taking 7 points of damage as a wave of pure energy just collides with your chest. I think you'll be alive.
I am alive. I'm just very hurt.
Yeah, there is a ribbon of flesh just missing from you. The bottom half of your shirt and jacket just fall off of you. Your tie is cut off. You can see like your abs underneath, already covered from scars, but there is like a 1-inch line, about a 1/4 inch dug around you, completely going around your waist. The house behind you, the entire foundation of it is split off and the entirety of the house, the entirety of the fence just disappear up into the sky into a poof of smoke. The 6 people that were running away, only 2 of them made it. The 2 that ran backwards downhill, the other 4 split directly in half, raised up into smoke, only their legs left behind. It is so much energy. It is years of maddening sports fans chanting for some strange reason beyond them. It is countless of sacrifices done by who knows how many axes and secret cult rituals, finally expanded and released throughout Palo Alto. Strange things are happening all over. For a brief instance, the fog is cut through, and clear as day, you can see 30 feet tall all the way through the fog until the rest of the fog just sits down to the fog maybe 3 feet above the ground, finally connecting. It is a strange and bizarre sight for those of you that are here. Some of you were able to duck it, some of you weren't. Left standing, we have Bryce. Changed man forever. Standing back up, dusting himself off. You look over and see half of Damian. You never saw the other half go anywhere. It's at that moment, maybe you're glad you ducked. Maybe you are a little bit more mortal than you think. Kind of settles back in. As of right now, you can just hear the crackling of fires as this hillside is catching up on fire. Ivie, you can hear in the back of your head Dawn's timid voice. Yes, we did it. And of the fiery inferno that is just lapping up these trees, it finally descends down, burns out all of the trees, and there is just a nice, perfect circle, a half semi-dome, and there, at the bottom of it, is a 23-year-old strung-out man with a scruffy beard, bright green eyes, the top half of a strange mascot costume, and just burning embers of what's left. And it just stands up. Thanks. Looks up, sees just a person in a suit, and just begins to bolt in as far of a direction as he can. And as soon as he gets out of that little crevice, running away from the suit at the top of the hill, before you can really react, you get a gun, you say halt, stop. As soon as he gets to the edge, a ring of fire opens up into what looks like another realm, and Barry just dives through it, closes a portal behind him. A gust of wind blows every single one of the leaves out of this backyard, extinguishing every flame in this backyard. We're left with 2 college students and an agent.
Well, that's not ideal.
Are we done here?
Yep, we're done here. Y'all wanna ride back home? Since your driver seems to be, well, I don't think he's gonna be helping you anymore.
As if I would ever be caught with the likes of you.
Son, you don't have a choice. I mean, unless you do, in which case we can talk about that tomorrow, but, you're not going to feel any of the things you feel right now. Same with you, kiddo. You don't want this. That's fine. We can make sure that happens, but you're not going to be able to do any of the things you did tonight. Up to you, though. That said, if you're interested in doing any of the things you did tonight, there's a job for you if you want it.
Ivy tosses her flamethrower on the ground and just walks back in the direction of the car that they came in.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
it's pretty clear to see the house is no longer there. The cars that were in the front no longer there. It's just the foundation. But a couple of cars do end up pulling up, other various black cars. One guy gets out, tall, lanky, dark skin. He's got sunglasses on, black suit, black tie. Looks up at the clipboard and just pulls the keys out, gets out, tosses you the keys, and just kind of keeps going along the way, catches up with the other people. And yeah, between 3 cars, 6 people get out. Another short, kind of stocky woman gets out, also in a suit, pulls out her keys, tosses keys to you based on something she read on the clipboard there, Bryce. And they all kind of group up around Agent Miklos for the debriefing. But you all both have a black car with what seem to be perfectly legal license plates, and scrub clean. You're free to do what you will.
Who's got the keys? I've got keys.
You
Bryce
have
has
keys to one car. Bryce has keys to another car, and then the
Great.
car that pulled up in the center looks to be the exit strategy of the 6 agents plus their superior, Agent Miklos. So 7 people are going to cram into that car, it looks. But both of you have a car. Free to do whatever you will with it right now. I think we're kind of there in the drive off into the sunset. I think epilogue-wise, Bryce, you have a newfound confidence in yourself. Kind of stems into everything you do, and dude, you're gonna lead Berkeley to an amazing season if you want to still play football. I mean, maybe it's beneath you, maybe it's not. Your megalomania does seem to come in more so bouts. It's when your heart rate gets to a certain level. It's addictive, but kind of the more adrenaline you produce, the stronger your megalomania seems to be. Ivy, you intermittently around noon start hearing Dawn's voice, periodically checking in on you, giving you advice, telling you about notes for classes that, maybe you haven't taken, but Dawn has. Seem to know how to play the clarinet by now. You can also speak Spanish. You're gaining all of these little things the longer Dawn talks to you between the hours of about 11:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. But it's nice. It's kind of welcome. Did you choose to accept the agency's employment, or do you want to go back and talk to them a little bit? They don't try to track you down the next day, but 2-3 weeks go by. They eventually ring you up. See if you do want to join.
Ivy definitely took off the next day in her car. She has no intention of speaking to the agency.
Cool beans. Yeah, you are not taking classes. You are learning, though. Yeah, you're still learning from Dawn. Dawn passes on quite a bit of knowledge, and you are out on the lam. You are out of the Bay Area, away from the agency as best you can.
Yeah.
Damian's family gets some weird news about a freak computer explosion, and that he was tinkering in the computer lab that happened to erupt, and all sorts of strange things happen. It's a very shoddy cover-up, but the era, no one knows much about computers. It's bullshit to anyone who has a background in it, but is enough for the family to move on, is enough for friends to be like, yeah, he passed doing those smart things, doing those big brain things. He was better in himself. There's even some strange technology that comes out of it, some discovery in computer sciences and tracking and things of that nature. Really, what it was the Greys essentially planting some newfound technology for humans to start adapting into their computers, to start bringing down their size, and all credit for that goes to Damian Reyes. His family gets a nice little stipend set up by Stanford, and there's a scholarship made in his name, so other youths that are troubled may also get the experience of going to college. Then we have Gwen Stevens, who, was caught with a copy of the Anarchist Handbook, who seemed to start experimenting with making things like smoke bombs and things like that, but it seems like something happened. Small explosion in the lab. Maybe she was just there. Maybe she was doing a cocktail. It's really hard to describe. A couple of other students were caught in it. Seems as though there was a joint union between Stanford and Cal students, thus explaining how some of these Stanford potential transfers were caught on campus. The news floods in. Stanford campus reopens a few days later. Fog's lifted. Pretty clear February for most of the month. Quite dry. Strange reports of low fish count from fishermen. Stranger reports of, various students going missing, being discovered hundreds of miles away from campus, not knowing how they got there. Reports of alien sightings have shot up in the last week. It's a strange time, but life goes back on the peninsula. Economy's booming. People are worried about the next big sports game that's coming up. People are investing in 401ks, planning dinners a week out. None the wiser to the strange things that happened. A few minds are altered here and there, but mostly people try to forget. Bars never sold so much alcohol to the Stanford campus that weekend, but did. A big grieving process took over everyone, whether they knew it or not. Humanity was saved, at least for a little longer. No one will know exactly who did it or how it was done. But it's there. And that's the conclusion of our great little Delta Green one-shot, three-shot October Spoopy Fest, where only a couple players died from, crazy things.